Welcome to my channel. In today's video, I'll be sharing some horror stories to help you relax and fall asleep. If you enjoy it, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe for more content like this. I'd also love to know where you're watching from, so drop a comment below and let me know. Now sit back, relax, and let's dive into some chilling tales. I moved to Philadelphia for work about a year ago, and since I didn't know many people here, I spent a lot of time exploring the city on my own. I love walking around neighborhoods and taking random streets to see where they lead. I've always been into photography, so I take my camera out sometimes too, snapping shots of graffiti, rundown buildings, or just the general city life. It was during one of these walks that this thing happened. I'm still not sure how I feel about it. I don't even like thinking about it too much. It was a chilly day, in the fall, late afternoon. The kind where the wind picks up and you're not quite sure if you need a jacket or not. I decided to walk through a neighborhood I wasn't super familiar with, Fishtown. It's a pretty interesting area, with some gentrification happening, so you'd see renovated row homes right next to places that looked like they hadn't been touched in decades. It gave off this vibe that made me feel like I was stepping back and forth in time, but not in any weird way. Just how cities are, I guess. I walked along Frankfurt Avenue, heading north, and started veering off the main road onto a quieter street. It wasn't run down or anything, just less foot traffic, fewer cars. I figured I'd find some interesting photo ops and make a loop back to the busier part of the neighborhood. After a few blocks, I noticed this alleyway tucked between two brick apartment buildings. It wasn't the kind of alley with dumpsters or trash bins, just a narrow dark passage that opened up into some kind of back courtyard. The buildings were tall enough to block out most of the sunlight, so it was dim back there. But I could see enough to know it wasn't just an empty space. I was curious, so I walked in, pulling my camera out to maybe grab a shot or two. The alley was tight, just wide enough for maybe one car to squeeze through. As soon as I stepped into it, the temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. The sounds of the street behind me became muffled. It was that kind of eerie quiet that made me think twice about going farther, but I ignored it. There was something about the place that drew me in. Maybe just because it was so hidden. The air smelled stale, like damp concrete, and my footsteps echoed off the brick walls. When I reached the end of the alley, the space opened up a little into what looked like an old parking lot. It wasn't large, maybe big enough for 5 or 6 cars, but it was empty. At the far side, there was a building, one of those 3-story types with big, grimy windows. It didn't look abandoned. It didn't look like anyone had taken care of it in a long time either. Weeds were growing through cracks in the pavement, and an old wooden door led inside the building. No sign or anything to indicate what it was used for. Just a door. I thought about taking a few pictures, but the light was awful, and I wasn't getting the vibe I wanted. Something about the whole setup felt off. Still, I stood there for a minute, scanning the place, when I noticed something in one of the windows on the second floor. It was faint, but it looked like movement, like a shadow passing by. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe someone lived there or was squatting in the building. But then I saw it again, clearer this time. There was definitely someone up there. My first instinct was to leave, but I found myself lingering, staring at the window. Part of me thought I'd get a cool photo, like catching a moment of real life happening behind this forgotten building. But the longer I stood there, more uncomfortable I felt. The shadow wasn't pacing or walking around like a normal person might. It was just sort of there, hovering behind the glass. Not literally hovering, but like they were just standing perfectly still, watching. I didn't like it. It wasn't that I felt in danger or anything, but I suddenly felt very aware that I was alone in this space, cut off from the street, and whoever was inside that building knew I was there. I put my camera away and turned to leave, walking back toward the alley. The quietness that had seemed peaceful a minute ago now felt oppressive, like I needed to get out of there quickly. As I reached the mouth of the alley, I glanced back one last time, just to make sure I wasn't imagining things. The window was empty, no shadow, no person. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me, or maybe someone had been passing by and was gone now. But that didn't explain the feeling I had, like I wasn't supposed to be there, like I'd seen something I wasn't meant to see. I walked faster once I hit the sidewalk, blending back into the noise of the city. I didn't look back. Over the next few weeks, I couldn't stop thinking about that alley, that window. It gnawed at me, making me feel like I'd left something unfinished. I'm not the type to get easily freaked out, but every time I thought about going back, my stomach twisted. Still, the curiosity wouldn't go away. Eventually, I decided I'd just walk by during the day this time and see if maybe the place wasn't as creepy as I'd remembered. Maybe it was just my imagination getting the best of me. So, about a month later, on another chilly afternoon, I went back to Fishtown. This time I wasn't wandering aimlessly. I went straight to that alley, but when I got there, something was different. The entrance was blocked off by a rusty chain link fence that hadn't been there before. There were no signs or anything, just a padlock keeping it shut. The lot beyond looked the same as before. Empty, quiet, but it felt more closed off, like someone didn't want people going back there anymore. I stood there for a while staring through the fence, trying to figure out what had changed. The building was still there, still run down, but this time, the windows were boarded up. Every single one of them. It was weird because I hadn't been gone that long, but it was like the place had been abandoned for years in just those few weeks. I didn't see any movement this time. There was nothing to photograph, nothing to explore. Just an empty lot behind a locked fence. I started to feel uneasy again, like before, but this time it was worse. The more I looked at the boarded up windows, the more I felt like I'd made a mistake coming back. I didn't want to stay there anymore. I left, walking quickly toward the busier part of the neighborhood. I didn't turn around. I haven't gone back to that alley since. Last summer, I decided to rent a cabin for a few days in upstate New York. I'd been feeling burned out from work and thought a few days alone in the woods might help me recharge. I found this little place near the Catskills, a bit isolated but not completely in the middle of nowhere. There were a few other cabins scattered around, but from the photos it looked like the nearest one was maybe a 10-minute walk away through the trees. Exactly what I was looking for. Some peace, but not too far from civilization in case I needed anything. When I arrived, the cabin was about what I expected. It was small, rustic with a wood stove, creaky bed, and big windows looking out into the woods. The place had no Wi-Fi, no cell service, which was perfect. I wanted to unplug completely, just me, my books, and the sound of the wind in the trees. I wasn't much of a nature guy, but I figured this could be good for me, you know? Disconnect for a bit, clear my head. The first day was uneventful. I settled in, unpacked my stuff, and walked around the cabin a bit, getting familiar with the area. There was a small trail that led through the woods, so I took a stroll, figuring I'd explore a little. The trees were dense but not overgrown, and the path seemed to lead toward the other cabins. I didn't go too far though, maybe a 5-minute walk before I turned back. No sense in getting lost out here. That evening, I sat outside on the small porch, reading a book, listening to the forest around me. It was peaceful, exactly what I needed. As the sun started to set, I went inside, made myself some dinner, and lit the wood stove. The temperature dropped quickly once the sun went down, and the cabin got dark fast, without city lights or anything around. It was pitch black outside. It didn't bother me too much. I was used to being alone. The first night I slept okay. The woods were quiet, but not unnaturally so. I could hear occasional rustling from the trees, maybe a raccoon or some other small animal, but nothing weird. The sound of the wind was comforting, and I fell asleep pretty quickly. The second day, I decided to hike a bit more. I wasn't sure how long I'd stay out, but I packed a bottle of water and headed down the trail I'd found the day before. It was a nice walk, not too strenuous, but after about 20 minutes, I realized I hadn't seen any other cabins or markers. The trees seemed thicker here, and the trail wasn't as clear as I thought. I wasn't too worried, though. I could just backtrack if I needed to. That's when I came across something strange. Off the side of the trail, maybe 30 feet in, I noticed something on the ground. It looked like some kind of old tarp, half buried in the dirt, covered with leaves and branches. At first, I thought it was just trash, maybe left by some campers or something, but as I got closer, I realized it wasn't just a tarp. There was something under it, like a bundle or, I don't know, something heavy. I froze for a second, unsure if I should check it out or leave it alone. Curiosity got the best of me, though. I walked over and pulled the tarp back slightly, just enough to see what was underneath. It was a duffel bag, a large, beat-up one. I didn't open it all the way, but from what I could see, there were clothes inside. Dirty clothes, old and stained. I couldn't tell if the stains were from dirt or something else, but it didn't look right. The whole setup made me feel uneasy, like this wasn't something someone just forgot or left behind. It felt deliberate, like someone had tried to hide it here. I didn't stick around to investigate further. I put the tarp back and hurried back down the trail toward the cabin. I didn't run, but I walked faster than I had on the way out. The whole time I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd stumbled onto something I wasn't supposed to see. When I got back to the cabin, I tried to shake it off. I told myself it was probably nothing. Maybe someone had left their stuff there after a camping trip. Or maybe it was just some old garbage. But it didn't sit right with me. I couldn't stop thinking about that duffel bag. That night, the woods felt different. The wind was louder, more erratic, and the sounds from the trees seemed sharper, more frequent. I tried to distract myself by reading, but I couldn't focus. I kept glancing out the windows, expecting to see something, though I didn't know what. The darkness outside felt heavier than before. At some point during the night, I heard something outside the cabin. It wasn't close, but it was distinct. A snapping branch, then the sound of something moving through the underbrush. I told myself it was just an animal, a deer maybe, or a coyote, but it didn't sound right. It was too deliberate, like footsteps. I lay in bed, listening, waiting for it to stop. Eventually, it did, but I didn't sleep well after that. Every time I closed my eyes, I pictured that tarp, that duffel bag, and the feeling that I wasn't as alone in these woods as I thought. The next day, I decided I'd had enough of the woods. I packed up my things, ready to leave a day earlier than planned. I wasn't scared, exactly, just unsettled. I didn't like the idea of staying out here alone anymore. I'd get a refund or whatever. I didn't care. As I was packing up, I heard something outside again. It wasn't like the noises from the night before. This was closer, right outside the cabin. Like something, or someone, was moving around the porch. I froze, heart pounding, listening. There was a shuffling sound, then the soft creak of wood, like someone stepping onto the porch. I held my breath, not moving, straining to hear anything else. A few moments passed, and then nothing. Silence again. I crept to the window, peeking out through the curtains. There was no one there. The porch was empty, the trees still. But the feeling didn't go away. I finished packing as quickly as I could, threw everything into the car, and locked the cabin behind me. Driving away, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something following me down the road. I didn't relax until I hit the highway. The trees finally thinning out around me. Even then, I couldn't shake the unease. I never told anyone about what I found in the woods. I thought about calling the local authorities, reporting the bag. But I didn't. I didn't want to get involved. Maybe I should have, but I didn't. I just wanted to put it behind me, forget the whole thing. But sometimes when I'm trying to fall asleep, I'll think about that bag. I wonder who left it there and why. And more than that, I wonder if they ever came back for it. I had just moved to Chicago about 2 years ago for work, and like anyone new to a big city, I spent the first few months exploring every corner I could. I worked downtown, but lived in Logan Square, which was a mix of trendy spots and more rundown areas. It had a certain character, though. The streets were lined with old brick buildings, and you could tell the neighborhood had history. A lot of it was getting fixed up, but there were still places that looked like they hadn't changed in decades. One night after work, I decided to take a different route home. I usually stuck to the main streets where it was busier and better lit, but for some reason, that night I felt like taking a detour. It wasn't too late, maybe around 8 p.m., and it was summer, so the sky still had that faint glow from the sunset. I figured I'd just wander through some of the smaller side streets, maybe find a cool spot I hadn't noticed before. As I walked, the buildings around me seemed to get older, more neglected. It wasn't a bad area, but the streetlights were farther apart, and I didn't see anyone else around. I wasn't nervous, just a little more aware of my surroundings. I passed a few boarded-up storefronts and a couple of houses that looked like they hadn't been lived in for years. The air was heavy with that musty smell of damp concrete and dust. After a few more blocks, I turned onto a street I didn't recognize. It wasn't a dead end, but it felt like it could have been. The buildings on either side were close together, almost looming over the narrow road. No cars were parked along the street and no lights were on in any of the windows. The only sound was the faint hum of the city in the distance. The quiet felt unnatural, like this street had been forgotten by the rest of the world. About halfway down the block, I noticed an alley between two buildings. It wasn't marked, and it didn't look like a typical alley. There weren't any trash cans or fire escapes hanging overhead. It was just a narrow, dark passage leading off to who knows where. Something about it felt off, but I couldn't put my finger on why. I was tempted to walk past it and keep going, but curiosity got the better of me. I stepped into the alley and the air immediately felt cooler, like I'd walked into a basement. The walls of the buildings on either side were tall, with only a few small windows near the top. It felt like I was being funneled into some hidden part of the city, away from everything else. The alley twisted and turned, narrower than I expected, and after a minute or two I realized I was completely disoriented. I wasn't sure which way led back to the street, but I kept walking, figuring I'd find my way out eventually. That's when I heard it. Faint but clear. A door creaking open behind me. I stopped in my tracks. The sound wasn't loud, but in the silence of the alley it might as well have been a gunshot. I turned around slowly, scanning the walls for any doors, but I didn't see anything. Just the same tall brick buildings I'd passed a few minutes ago. My heart started to race, but I told myself it was probably nothing. Maybe a door in one of the buildings had swung open in the wind. I didn't even see any doors when I walked in, but that thought didn't make me feel any better. I kept walking a little faster now. I wanted to find my way out of the alley and back onto the street, where there were people, lights, noise. But the alley seemed to stretch on longer than it should have. I knew I hadn't walked that far, but it felt like I'd been in there for too long. The air was getting heavier, and every step I took felt like it was being swallowed by the thick silence around me. Then I heard the creaking again. This time it was louder, closer. I whipped around and that's when I saw it. A door I hadn't noticed before, set into the wall of one of the buildings. It was slightly ajar, just enough for me to see the darkness inside. My throat tightened and a cold sweat broke out on the back of my neck. I hadn't seen any doors when I entered the alley, I was sure of it. But now, there it was, open, as if waiting for me to notice. I stood there, staring at it, trying to make sense of the situation. Part of me wanted to walk up to the door, peek inside, just to see what was behind it. But every instinct in my body told me to get out of there, fast. I started backing away slowly, keeping my eyes on the door. That's when I noticed something even worse. There were footsteps behind me. Not mine, someone else's. Slow, deliberate footsteps echoing in the narrow alley. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't want to turn around. Every fiber of my being was screaming at me to run. But I couldn't move. The footsteps kept coming, closer and closer, until they were right behind me. I forced myself to turn around and I saw him. A man, maybe in his 40s, standing at the entrance of the alley. He wasn't doing anything, just standing there, staring at me. His face was in shadow, but I could make out his outline. Tall, thin, wearing a long coat. He didn't move. He just watched me. I don't know how long I stood there, but eventually I turned and ran. I didn't look back. I just bolted, running as fast as I could down the alley, praying I'd find my way out. The walls felt like they were closing in on me, the darkness pressing against me from all sides. My breath came in short, panicked gasps, and could hear my own footsteps echoing off the walls. Finally, I saw the street ahead of me, the dim glow of a streetlight filtering through the narrow opening. I burst out of the alley, stumbling onto the sidewalk, gasping for air. I looked around, expecting to see the man behind me, but the alley was empty. He hadn't followed me. He was gone. I didn't stick around to find out what his deal was. I sprinted down the street, not stopping until I reached a busier area. Even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still watching me, lurking in the shadows, waiting for me to come back. For the next few weeks, I couldn't stop thinking about that alley. I'd taken the same route to and from work every day, but I never saw the alley again. I even went looking for it one afternoon, retracing my steps, trying to find the street where it had been. But it was like it had vanished. The buildings looked the same, but there was no alley, no door, no man. I tried to convince myself that it was just my imagination, that maybe I'd gotten turned around in the city and ended up somewhere else. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. I knew what I saw, and I knew the alley was real. Even now, when I walk through the quieter parts of the city, I keep my eyes open for it. I don't know why. Maybe part of me wants to find it again, to prove that I didn't just make the whole thing up. But another part of me hopes I never do. Because if I find it, I'm not sure I'll be able to walk away a second time. I had just moved into a new apartment in Houston. It wasn't anything fancy, just a one-bedroom unit in a big complex in the west part of the city. It was close enough to work and had decent amenities. Nothing luxurious, but it was clean and the rent was affordable. The complex was huge, with maybe a couple hundred units spread out over a few different buildings, all of them looking more or less the same. It was the kind of place where you never really get to know your neighbors beyond a nod or a quick hello in passing. After settling in for a few weeks, I started noticing some small, strange things about the apartment. Nothing major at first, just minor annoyances that I brushed off as quirks of living in an older building. Sometimes the lights would flicker for a second or two, but I chalked it up to bad wiring. Other times, I'd wake up in the morning and find that the blinds in the living room were slightly open, even though I was sure I had closed them the night before. Again, I figured maybe I just hadn't pulled them all the way down or the cord had gotten stuck. Stuff like that. One night, I was in bed scrolling on my phone when I heard a loud thud from the apartment above me. It was a hard, sudden sound like something heavy had fallen or been dropped. It startled me, but it wasn't the first time I'd heard noises coming from the unit upstairs. Whoever lived there was always stomping around at odd hours. I figured it was just someone moving furniture or maybe a kid knocking something over. But the noise kept happening. It wasn't regular, but every few nights I'd hear the same loud thud. Always at night, usually around the same time. The first few times I ignored it. I wasn't the type to complain to the management about noise. But as the weeks went on, it started to bother me more and more. It wasn't just that the noise was loud, but it sounded weird. Office. Almost like someone was intentionally dropping something heavy over and over again in the same spot. One night the thud was so loud that it shook the ceiling above me. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, and decided that was it. I was going to find out what was going on upstairs. It was late, maybe around midnight, but I figured I'd knock on their door, see if everything was alright, maybe politely ask them to keep it down. I threw on a hoodie, grabbed my keys, and headed up the stairs to the next floor. When I got to the apartment above mine, I hesitated for a second. The hallway was quiet and there was no light coming from under the door. I almost turned around and went back downstairs, but I was annoyed enough at that point to knock anyway. I waited for a few seconds, no answer. I knocked again, a little louder this time. Still nothing. After standing there awkwardly for a minute, I figured maybe they were asleep, or just didn't hear me. The thuds had stopped, so I figured I'd leave it for now. As I turned to head back to my place, I noticed something odd. The door to the apartment had one of those small security latches on it. The kind that lets you crack the door open without fully unlocking it. The latch was dangling loose, like it had been pulled out of the frame. I stepped closer to get a better look, and sure enough, the screws that held the latch to the door frame had been ripped out, leaving splinters of wood around the holes. My first thought was that someone had broken in. It didn't look recent. The wood around the latch was worn, like it had been that way for a while. But it still made me uneasy. I didn't want to linger, so I quickly walked back to my apartment and tried not to think too much about it. The next morning, I stopped by the front office on my way to work and casually asked the property manager if they knew who lived in the apartment above me. The woman behind the desk gave me a weird look and said the unit had been vacant for a couple of months. I told her I'd been hearing noises from up there almost every night, loud thuds, like someone dropping something heavy. She seemed surprised and said she'd send maintenance to check it out. But she didn't seem too concerned. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about what she had told me. Vacant? How could it be vacant when I'd been hearing noises for weeks? I tried to convince myself that maybe someone had been squatting in the apartment, or maybe there was an animal trapped up there. But deep down, I didn't believe that. The noise I'd been hearing was too deliberate, too consistent for it to be an animal. And it wasn't the kind of random creaking or settling you hear in an old building. It was something or someone up there. The thuds didn't stop either. In fact, after I talked to the property manager, they seemed to get louder. Almost like whoever, or whatever, was up there knew I was aware of them. A couple of nights later, I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the faint sounds of the city outside. It was quiet for a while, and I started to relax, thinking maybe the noise had finally stopped for good. But just as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard it again. Louder than ever this time. A massive thud that shook the ceiling and rattled the windows. I sat up, heart racing. The sound wasn't just loud, it was violent, like something or someone was being thrown against the floor above me. I grabbed my phone, debating whether or not to call the police. I knew I'd sound crazy if I told them I was hearing noises from a supposedly empty apartment. But at this point, I didn't care. Something wasn't right. Before I could dial, I heard another noise, a scraping sound like furniture being dragged across the floor. It was slow, deliberate, and much closer than before. It sounded like it was coming from directly above my bedroom. I sat there in the dark, clutching my phone, listening as the dragging continued, inching closer and closer to the edge of the room. And then, silence. Nothing but the sound of my own breathing and the distant hum of traffic outside. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in bed, waiting for the noise to come back, but it didn't. The next morning, I went back to the office and asked if maintenance had checked the apartment above me. The woman behind the desk nodded and said they'd gone up the day before, but didn't find anything out of the ordinary. No sign of anyone breaking in, no damage apart from the latch on the doorframe. She said it was probably just the building settling. The old buildings made noises like that sometimes. I didn't believe her, but I didn't push it. What else could I do? I couldn't prove anything, and I wasn't about to stick around and find out what was really going on. That weekend, I started looking for a new place, but before I could move out, something else happened, something worse. It was a Saturday afternoon, and I was packing up some of my things, getting ready to leave as soon as I could find a new apartment. The sun was shining, and everything felt normal, until I heard the thud again. This time, though, it wasn't coming from above me. It was coming from the hallway outside my door. I froze, listening as the thudding continued. each one heavier than the last. It sounded like someone was slamming something against the walls, slowly making their way down the hall toward my apartment. I didn't want to open the door. I didn't want to see what was out there. But I couldn't just sit there either. I grabbed the nearest thing I could find, a kitchen knife, and crept toward the door. My hand was shaking as I reached for the doorknob, but I forced myself to turn it and pull the door open. The hallway was empty. There was no one there, no sign of anyone or anything. But the thudding hadn't stopped. It was coming from somewhere, faint, but still there. I stepped into the hallway, looking around, but I couldn't figure out where the sound was coming from. It was like it was coming from all directions at once, bouncing off the walls and ceiling. I turned back toward my apartment, ready to lock myself inside and never come out again, when I noticed something. The door to the apartment across the hall, another supposedly vacant unit, was slightly ajar. I stared at it, heart pounding, trying to decide whether or not to go over and check it out. Every instinct told me to leave, to get out of there as fast as I could. But something about the door being open pulled me in. I walked over, slowly pushing the door open the rest of the way. The apartment inside was empty, just like the one above me was supposed to be. No furniture, no signs of anyone living there. But the air inside felt heavy, like something was pressing down on me. And then I saw it. In the middle of the empty living room floor was a single dark stain. A couple of years ago, I was driving through rural Pennsylvania for work. It was one of those assignments where the company sends you to check on some project in the middle of nowhere, and you're driving for hours with nothing but farmland and the occasional small town, breaking up the monotony. I was supposed to visit a construction site for a new warehouse project out in the middle of these fields, miles from any major highways. The GPS on my phone was spotty at best, and after driving down what felt like endless back roads, I realized I hadn't seen a single road sign or marker for a while. The sun was getting low, and the sky was this dull, grayish color, the kind of light that makes everything look a little off, like you're driving through a photo that's been filtered into oblivion. I figured I'd just keep going until I found a crossroad or a town where I could stop and recheck the directions. That's when I saw a dirt road to my right. It wasn't marked, and the GPS was frozen, but it seemed like the only turn for miles. I figured it might lead to the site I was supposed to check out, so I made the turn. The road was narrow, and the gravel crunched under the tires. It stretched out in front of me, flanked by tall trees that seemed to get denser the farther I went. I didn't see any signs of construction. No machinery, no equipment, nothing. Just trees and more trees. After a few minutes, I started to get this uneasy feeling. The kind you get when you're alone and things just feel wrong, even though nothing's happened yet. I told myself it was just nerves from being lost, and that I'd probably find the place any minute now. But deep down, something didn't feel right. I was about to turn around and head back when I saw a house at the end of the road. It was old, run down, like something out of a forgotten farming town. It had peeling white paint, an overgrown yard, and a sagging front porch that looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. There was no car in the driveway, no signs of life, but it was the first building I'd seen in a while, so I figured I'd stop and see if anyone could point me in the right direction. Pulled up, parked the car, and got out. The air felt heavier out here, thicker, like there was some kind of invisible weight pressing down on everything. The house loomed over me, and for a second I considered just getting back in the car and leaving. But I convinced myself that I was just being paranoid and walked up the dirt path to the porch. The wooden boards creaked under my weight as I climbed the steps. There was no doorbell, so I knocked on the door. I knocked a few more times, but no one answered. The house was eerily quiet, like the air itself had been sucked out of the space around it. I knocked one last time, harder, and waited. That's when I heard it. A faint shuffling noise coming from inside. It wasn't loud, but it was distinct, like someone moving around slowly, trying not to make too much noise. I waited, heart beating a little faster, hoping someone would open the door, but it stayed shut. I thought about calling out, but something told me not to. Instead, I just stood there for a minute, listening. The shuffling stopped and everything went silent again. That's when I noticed the smell. It was faint, but unmistakable. A thick, musty odor, like wet earth mixed with something rotten. It wasn't overwhelming, but it was enough to make my stomach turn. I decided I'd had enough. Whoever was inside either didn't want to talk to me or wasn't capable of it, and I wasn't about to stick around to find out. I turned to leave, but as I stepped off the porch, I heard another noise. A soft creak, like the door had been opened just a crack behind me. I stopped, my back to the house, and waited. I didn't turn around. I didn't want to. After a few seconds, the door creaked shut again, slowly. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I forced myself to keep walking, trying to ignore the sound of my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. I made it to my car, got in, and slammed the door shut. For a second, I just sat there, hands on the steering wheel, trying to convince myself that I was overreacting, that it was probably just an old house with creaky floors and bad plumbing. I started the car and backed out of the driveway, gravel crunching under the tires. As I turned the car around to head back down the dirt road, I glanced in the rearview mirror. There was someone standing in one of the upstairs windows. I couldn't make out any details, just a dark silhouette against the fading light. But whoever it was, they were watching me standing perfectly still, not moving an inch. I didn't stop to get a better look. I just hit the gas and sped down the road, my heart racing the whole way. The drive back felt longer than it should have. The trees seemed to close in around me, and every now and then I thought I caught glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, just quick flashes of something darting between the trees. But every time I looked, there was nothing there, just shadows. By the time I made it back to the main road, the sky had grown darker, and the uneasy feeling in my gut had settled into something closer to fear. I wasn't lost anymore, but I didn't feel any better. I kept driving, not stopping until I found the gas station a few miles up the road. I parked the car, got out, and tried to calm myself down. I hadn't seen anything. It was just an old house, and I'd let my imagination run wild. That's what I told myself anyway. But the thing is, when I got back in the car to check my GPS, I realized something weird. I'd never seen that dirt road marked on the map. In fact, there was no road at all where I thought I'd turned. just an empty stretch of farmland, according to the GPS. I drove back to the city that night, not wanting to stay in the area any longer than I had to. I didn't tell anyone at work what had happened. Just made up some excuse about bad directions and not finding the site. I still think about that house sometimes, though. The smell, the shuffling noises, the door creaking open behind me, and that silhouette in the window. Whoever or whatever was in that house didn't want me there, and I'm glad I didn't stay to find out why. I was staying with my cousin for a couple of weeks in New York City last year. He lives in the Upper East Side, and I'd been there plenty of times before. It's a pretty typical area. Busy, lots of people coming and going, old apartment buildings, and plenty of restaurants. I always liked visiting because I could walk everywhere, get lost in the crowds, and just blend into the city. My cousin had to work late most nights, so I'd have the evenings to myself. One night, after spending a few hours wandering around the city, I grabbed a quick dinner and decided to head back to his apartment. It was getting late, maybe around 10 p.m., and the streets were quieter than usual. I liked walking through the city when it was like that. Calm, not too crowded, but still with enough life to feel safe. As I was making my way back, I noticed a small side street I hadn't seen before. It wasn't like the usual side streets in Manhattan that lead to a dead end or are just a short detour. This one seemed to stretch farther back, lined with old brownstones and narrow alleyways. The lights were dim, but there was just enough glow from the street lamps to see a bit of the road ahead. I was curious. I've always liked finding hidden spots in the city, little streets that most people don't bother with, so I turned down the road. The first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. No cars, no people walking around, nothing but the faint hum of the city far off in the distance. The buildings on either side were tall and cast long shadows over the street, making it feel darker than it probably was. As I walked, I started to realize that the buildings here were in worse shape than I expected. The brownstones were old, but not in a charming way, more like they hadn't been touched in years. A few windows were boarded up, and some of the steps leading to the front doors were cracked or missing pieces. I kept walking though, telling myself it was just an older part of the neighborhood, nothing unusual. After a few more minutes, I passed a small alley between two of the buildings. It was narrow, barely wide enough for a person to walk through, and completely dark. I only noticed it because I caught a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye. I stopped and looked down the alley, but there was nothing there, just shadows and trash bags piled against the wall. I stood there for a second, trying to figure out if I had actually seen something or if it was just my imagination. I wasn't sure, but something about the alley felt wrong, like it shouldn't be there. I couldn't explain it, but the darkness seemed thicker, heavier. I decided to keep walking, telling myself not to get caught up in my head. The further I went down the street, the more uncomfortable I started to feel. The buildings were getting closer together, and the streetlights were fewer and farther between. I hadn't seen a single person since I turned down the road, and the silence was starting to mess with me. It wasn't like the quiet you get in the middle of the night, it was deeper, more oppressive, like the whole street had been abandoned and forgotten. That's when I saw the figure. At first, I thought it was just a person standing near the corner of one of the buildings, maybe waiting for someone or just hanging out. But as I got closer, I realized they weren't moving. They were standing perfectly still, facing the street, but I couldn't make out any details. They were too far away, and the light from the street lamp was too dim. Something about the way they stood made me stop. It was unnatural, like they were frozen in place. I stood there for a moment, watching, waiting for them to move or do something. But they didn't. They just stood there completely still. I couldn't see their face, couldn't tell if they were looking at me or not. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what to do. Part of me wanted to turn around and walk back the way I came, but another part of me was curious. Maybe it was just someone messing around, or maybe I was overthinking it. I took a step forward and the figure moved. It wasn't a normal movement. It was sudden, almost jerky, like they had been pulled or yanked backward into the shadows. 1 second they were standing there and the next they were gone. There wasn't any sound, no footsteps or rustling, just silence. My heart was pounding now, but I told myself I was being ridiculous. It was dark and my eyes were playing tricks on me. That's what I wanted to believe. I stood there for a few seconds listening, waiting for any sound, but there was nothing. The silence felt heavier than before, like the air itself was pressing down on me. I decided to turn around. There was no reason for me to keep walking down the street. It wasn't like I was going anywhere particular. I could find another way back to my cousin's place. As I turned to leave, I noticed something strange. The street behind me looked different. The buildings were the same, but the road itself seemed narrower, like the walls of the brownstones were closing in. The street lamps that had been lighting my way earlier were flickering now, barely casting any light at all. I hadn't noticed it when I was walking down. And now that I was looking, everything felt tighter, more constricted. I started walking back, the way I came, my footsteps echoing louder than before. I could hear my own breathing, shallow and fast. The shadows seemed to stretch longer across the street, and every time I glanced down an alley or side path, I thought I saw movement. Just quick flashes of something slipping out of sight, or I could focus on it. I was almost at the end of the street when I saw it again. The figure, this time it was standing at the corner where I had originally turned onto the street. It was standing in the same position, completely still, facing me. Stopped, heart racing, and stared at it. The street lamp above it was flickering, making it hard to see any details, but I could tell it was the same figure from before. I didn't move. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to yell out, ask if they needed help or if they were just messing with me, but I couldn't bring myself to speak. Something about the way they were standing was wrong. It wasn't natural. As I stood there, frozen, the figure moved again. This time, it stepped forward, slowly, deliberately. My chest tightened and I backed up instinctively. The figure took another step, then another. Each step was slow, measured, like they were in no hurry to get anywhere. But they were coming toward me. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I turned and started walking as fast as I could, keeping my eyes straight ahead. I didn't run. Something told me not to run, but I walked as fast as I could, without a song breaking into a sprint. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I could feel the adrenaline surging through my body. The street felt longer than before, like I was walking in slow motion. Every step felt heavier, and the shadows seemed to stretch out in front of me, blocking my path. I could hear faint sounds now, scraping, shuffling, like something was dragging across the pavement behind me. I didn't look back. I just kept walking, faster and faster until I finally saw the end of the street, up ahead. The lights from the main road were brighter now, and I could hear the distant hum of traffic. Relief flooded through me as I stepped back onto the main road, the sounds of the city snapping back into focus. I turned around, half expecting the figure to be right behind me, but the street was empty. No one was there. The road stretched out behind me, dark and quiet, just like before. I didn't stay to figure out what had happened. I hurried back to my cousin's apartment, my heart still racing, and locked the door behind me. I didn't mention it to him when he got home from work. I wasn't sure what to say. It sounded ridiculous, like some kind of urban legend or a story you tell to scare someone at a campfire. But I haven't walked down that street again. I was house sitting for a friend in Seattle while she went out of town for 2 weeks. Her place was in a quiet neighborhood not far from the University of Washington. Nice area, older houses, lots of trees. It wasn't my first time staying there. She'd had me look after her place a couple of times before, when she traveled for work, so I knew the place pretty well. It was a small, one-story house with a finished basement. Nothing too big, but cozy. I was looking forward to some time alone, away from my cramped apartment downtown. I'd been staying there for about 5 days, and everything was normal. I was working remotely, spending my days at her kitchen table, taking advantage of her much nicer coffee machine, and enjoying the peace and quiet of a house versus my noisy apartment. She had a backyard with a little garden, and every evening after I finished work, I'd sit outside for a bit, just to relax. One night, I was out in the backyard as usual, just scrolling through phone and enjoying the evening air. It was quiet, the kind of quiet that only comes in the suburbs late at night when everyone's inside. The only noise was the occasional distant hum of traffic from the main road a few blocks away. I was sitting on her patio, not really paying attention to anything, when I heard something. It wasn't loud, just a faint rustling sound, like leaves or branches shifting. I figured it was probably an animal, maybe a raccoon or a cat, since the neighborhood had plenty of both. But the noise was coming from the back fence, where there were no trees or bushes, just a tall wooden fence separating her yard from the alley behind it. I stood up and glanced over at the fence, but I didn't see anything unusual. The alley behind the house was barely lit by a single streetlight farther down, and the area near the back of her yard was pretty dark. I figured it was nothing and sat back down, but after a few minutes, I heard it again. This time, louder. It was still a rustling sound, but now it was accompanied by a faint scraping, like something was being dragged along the fence. I got up again and walked over to the back of the yard, peering through the slats of the fence into the alley. It was hard to see much in the dark, but I didn't spot anything out of the ordinary. No movement, no sign of anyone or anything nearby. I stood there for a moment, listening, but the noise had stopped. I felt a little unsettled, but I brushed it off and went back inside for the night. The next day, everything seemed fine. I worked my usual hours and went about my day without thinking much about the noise from the night before. But that evening, as I was sitting at the kitchen table finishing up some work, I noticed something strange. The window over the sink faced the backyard, and when I glanced out of it, I saw that one of the slats on the back fence was missing. Just gone. I hadn't noticed it earlier, and it wasn't something that would just fall off on its own. The wood looked old, but not rotten. I went outside to take a closer look, and sure enough, one of the slats had been pried loose and was lying on the ground near the fence. I stood there staring at it, trying to make sense of what had happened. It didn't look like it had broken off. It looked like someone had intentionally pulled it free. I felt a nervous knot form in my stomach. I couldn't shake the thought that someone had been messing around back there the night before. Maybe kids from the neighborhood or someone passing through the alley. I told myself that's all it was. But as I stood there, I heard a faint creaking sound. The alley. I turned and looked through the gap in the fence where the slat had been. But all I could see was the dimly lit alley and the same streetlight off in the distance. I couldn't see anyone, but the creaking sound didn't stop. It was rhythmic, like a door or a gate swinging slowly back and forth. I stayed there for a minute, listening, but it didn't get louder or closer. I felt on edge, but I wasn't about to go out into the alley to investigate. I went back inside and tried to put it out of my mind. I locked all the doors, double-checked the windows, and went to bed earlier than usual, hoping I was just overthinking things. That night, I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of footsteps. At first, I thought it was part of a dream, but as I lay there, in bed, fully awake now, I could hear them clearly. Slow, deliberate footsteps moving across the wooden floor above me. My heart started pounding in my chest. I knew for a fact I was alone in the house. No one else had a key, and I had locked all the doors before going to bed. I lay there for a few minutes, frozen, trying to figure out what to do. The footsteps continued, moving slowly from one side of the house to the other. They were too heavy to be an animal, and they didn't sound like someone sneaking around. They were too slow, too steady. I finally worked up the courage to grab my phone from the nightstand and call the police. As I dialed, the footsteps stopped. The house fell completely silent, and I held my breath, listening. The operator answered, and I whispered that I thought someone was in the house. They told me to stay on the line, but I barely heard them. All I could focus on was the silence. After what felt like an eternity, I heard the sound of a car pulling up outside. And a few moments later, there was a knock at the front door. The police had arrived. I ran to the door and let them in, explaining what I had heard. They checked the entire house, every room, every closet, but they didn't find anything. No sign of forced entry, no one hiding inside. I felt like an idiot, but the cops were nice about it. They told me it was probably just the house settling, that old houses make noise like that sometimes. I wanted to believe them, but I knew what I had heard. The next day, I was on edge the entire time. Every creak, every sound made me jump. I couldn't focus on work, and I kept glancing out the window toward the backyard, half expecting to see someone lurking by the fence. I didn't go outside that night. I stayed inside with all the doors locked, watching TV and trying to distract myself. But just as I was starting to relax, I heard something again. This time from the basement. It was faint at first, a low thudding sound like something bumping against the walls. I muted the TV and listened, my heart racing. The thudding continued, slow and rhythmic, almost like someone tapping on the walls from the inside. I didn't want to go down there, but I couldn't just ignore it. I grabbed a flashlight and made my way to the basement door. The stairs creaked as I descended, and the air down there was cooler, musty. The basement was unfinished, just concrete floors and exposed beams. There were a few storage boxes and some old furniture stacked against the walls, but nothing else. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, the thudding stopped. The basement was completely silent, and the beam of my flashlight flickered as I swept it across the room. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary, but the uneasy feeling in my gut wouldn't go away. I turned to head back upstairs, but just as I did, I heard it again, closer this time. A low, muffled thud, coming from behind one of the walls. I froze, shining the flashlight at the wall in front of me. The sound was faint, but unmistakable, like something or someone was on the other side tapping against the wall. I stood there for what felt like forever, listening, waiting for the sound to stop. Didn't. It kept going, slow and steady, like someone knocking, waiting for me to respond. I didn't wait any longer. I bolted up the stairs, slammed the basement door shut, and locked it. I spent the rest of the night in the living room, lights on, trying to convince myself that I was just hearing things. The next morning, I called my friend and told her what had been happening. She was concerned, but didn't seem to think it was as big of a deal as I did. She said the house was old, and had its quirks, that maybe animals had gotten into the walls. I wanted to believe her, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something else was going on. I stayed for a few more days, but I never went back into the basement. Every night, I'd hear the same faint noises, thudding, scraping, the occasional creak of footsteps above me. I kept the doors locked and didn't go outside after dark. When my friend finally came back, I was more than happy to hand over the keys and leave. I never told her about the missing slat in the fence, or the figure I thought I saw in the alley. Maybe it was just my imagination, maybe not. All I know is I haven't been back to that house since. I used to work as a night security guard for an office complex in downtown Chicago a few years back. The building itself was pretty modern, nothing too old or spooky about it on the surface. It was one of those glass-covered towers that blend in with the skyline, the kind of place you wouldn't think twice about during the day, but at night it was a different story. My shift started at 10 p.m. and ended at 6 a.m. I had done night shifts before at other places, so I wasn't new to it. But this building had a reputation among the guards who had worked there before me. They never said anything outright, but whenever someone found out I was working the night shift there, I'd get a look. Not quite pity, but something close. I always shrugged it off, though. I figured it was just the usual nonsense that comes with working overnight in a mostly empty building. People like to spook themselves. The building had 20 floors and my job was simple enough. Make rounds every 2 hours, check the surveillance cameras and make sure everything was locked up. Most of the floors were rented out to different companies and during the day the place was packed with people in suits, coming and going, working late into the evening. But by the time my shift started, it was usually dead. Sometimes there were stragglers finishing up work, but by midnight, the whole building was mine. It was a normal Wednesday night, about halfway through my shift, when things started getting weird. I was sitting in the security office, which was tucked away in the basement. It was a small room with monitors showing live feeds from the security cameras on each floor, the elevators, the stairwells, and the lobby. Most nights, I'd just sit there, scrolling through my phone or watching TV on my laptop between rounds. Around 2 a.m., I decided it was time for my next round. I grabbed my flashlight, checked the monitors one last time, and headed out. The elevators were old and slow, and since the place was empty, I usually took the stairs. The building was almost eerily quiet at that time of night, just the sound of my footsteps echoing through the stairwell. I started on the top floor, working my way down. Everything seemed normal at first. The hallways were dimly lit, and the doors to the offices were all locked. I walked through, checked the break rooms and bathrooms like usual, and moved on to the next floor. Nothing out of the ordinary. But when I reached the 15th floor, something felt off. It was colder than the other floors, not freezing, but enough to make me notice. I chalked it up to the air conditioning and kept going, but as I walked down the hall, I noticed one of the doors was slightly open. It was an office near the corner of the building, belonging to some financial firm, I think. I paused, standing in front of the door, trying to remember if I had seen it like that on my last round. I didn't think so. It was open just a crack, enough for me to see that the lights were off inside. I pushed the door open slowly, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The office was empty. Desks, chairs, computers, all where they were supposed to be. I stepped inside, shining my light around, but everything looked normal. No sign of anyone having been there recently. I pulled the door shut behind me, making sure it was locked, and moved on. I told myself I must have missed it earlier, that maybe someone had left it unlocked when they left for the night. It wasn't uncommon for people to forget to lock up, especially if they were rushing out late. As I continued my rounds, though, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The building was just too quiet, too still. The air felt heavier somehow, like it was pressing down on me. I finished the rest of the floors quickly, not wanting to linger, and headed back down to the security office. When I got back to the basement, I checked the monitors again. Everything looked normal at first. Empty hallways, the occasional flicker of a fluorescent light. But then I noticed something on the feed from the 15th floor. The door I had just locked was open again. I stared at the screen, trying to make sense of it. I knew I had locked that door. I remembered pulling it shut, testing the handle. But there it was, wide open. The darkness inside the office almost spilling out into the hallway. I zoomed in on the camera, but the image wasn't great quality. I couldn't see much beyond the doorway, just shadows. My heart started pounding in my chest. I didn't want to go back up there. Every part of me was screaming to stay put, to ignore it, but I couldn't just leave it like that. If someone was messing around in the building, it was my job to deal with it. I grabbed my flashlight again and headed back to the stairwell. The climb back up to the 15th floor felt like it took forever. My legs felt heavy, and the closer I got, the more uneasy I felt. When I finally reached the door to the 15th floor, I stood there for a moment, listening. There was nothing. No sounds, no movement. Just the low hum of the building's ventilation system. I pushed open the door to the hallway, and there it was. The office door, open just like I'd seen on the camera. My flashlight beam wavered as I walked toward it, my hand shaking slightly. I tried to steady myself, telling myself it was nothing, just a door that didn't latch properly. I reached the doorway and shined my light inside. The office was exactly the same as before, empty, silent. I stepped inside, my shoes squeaking against the tile floor. I made my way around the desks, checking behind them, under them. Nothing, no sign of anyone. But then I noticed something. One of the computers was on. The screen was black, but the monitor's power light was blinking, like it had just been used. I leaned in, staring at the screen, my breath itching in my throat. My reflection stared back at me from the dark screen, and for a moment I thought I saw something move behind me. I spun around, flashlight sweeping the room. But it was empty, just the same dark office as before. I turned back to the monitor and reached out to touch the mouse. As soon as I did, the screen lit up, displaying a spreadsheet filled with numbers. Just some kind of work document, nothing out of the ordinary, but the timing was too strange. I hadn't touched anything when I was here earlier, and the building's system was set to power down all the computers at night to save energy. I backed out of the office slowly, my nerves on edge, and pulled the door shut behind me again. I made sure it was locked this time. Twisting the handle twice before heading back to the stairwell. I told myself I was just tired, that the long hours and the isolation were getting to me. But something didn't feel right. I made it back to the basement and checked the monitors again. Everything looked fine. No open doors, no movement on any of the floors. But the uneasy feeling stayed with me for the rest of the night. The next few nights were quieter. I still felt uneasy, but nothing strange happened. I went about my rounds as usual, checking the floors, locking doors, but every time I passed the 15th floor, I felt that same heavy tension in the air, like something was just out of sight, watching. Then, on my last night working there, something happened that I still can't explain. It was around 3 a.m., and I was in the security office, watching the monitors. Everything was quiet, as usual, when suddenly, the feed from the 15th floor flickered. I leaned in, squinting at the screen. For a split second, the hallway looked different, like there was something in the corner, just out of view of the camera. I switched to another angle, trying to get a better look, but the image flickered again, and when it came back, the hallway was empty. My heart was racing now. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. I stared at the screen, willing myself to stay calm. But then the door to the same office I had checked before, door 1514, swung open on its own. I froze, staring at the monitor. The door didn't just creak open or slowly drift. It swung wide, as if someone had yanked it from the inside. But there was no one there. I didn't move. I couldn't bring myself to go back up there. I just sat there staring at the screen, waiting for something else to happen. And then, the camera feed cut out. One by one, the monitors went dark. First the 15th floor, then the others, until the only feed left was the lobby camera. I watched as the image flickered and, for a brief moment, I saw a figure standing in the middle of the lobby. Just standing there, perfectly still, staring directly at the camera. And then, the screen went black. I don't remember how long I sat there, staring at the blank monitors. Eventually, the power came back on, and everything returned to normal. The lobby was empty again, and the 15th floor cameras showed nothing out of the ordinary. I didn't finish my shift that night. I grabbed my things and left the building without looking back. I quit the job the next day. I never told anyone what happened. Who would believe me? All I know is I'm never going back to that. A couple of years ago, I went on a solo road trip. I'd been feeling stuck, you know? Same routine, same people, same places. I needed a break from the city, so I packed up my car and just started driving. No specific destination in mind, just figured I'd see where the road took me. I left Denver early one morning, headed west, planning to hit some smaller towns. Maybe stay in a cheap motel or camp somewhere. After a few days of driving through the Rockies and exploring small towns, I found myself in Utah, near the Four Corners area. I'd been on the road for about 5 days by that point, stopping in random towns, checking out local spots, eating at diners. Nothing special, just soaking in the quiet. On the 5th night, I decided to skip the motels and camp instead. I'd packed a tent and some basic gear, so I thought, why not? There was a lot of open space out there, and I figured I'd pull off the highway, find a decent spot away from everything, and spend the night under the stars. It was late afternoon when I turned off the main highway onto a dirt road. The sun was already starting to dip low, casting long shadows over the desert landscape. The road was bumpy and narrow, cutting through vast, empty land with nothing around but a few scraggly bushes and distant, flat-topped mesas. After driving for about an hour, I found a small clearing that looked like it would work for the night. It wasn't a designated campsite or anything, just a flat patch of land a few hundred feet from the dirt road. There were no other cars, no signs of life. Perfect. I set up my tent quickly as the last light faded from the sky. It was dead silent out there. No cars, no people, just the wind occasionally kicking up a bit of dust. It was the kind of silence you don't get in the city, where you can hear your own breathing, your own heartbeat. At first, it felt peaceful, like I was really alone for the first time in a while. But as the night crept in, that same silence started to feel a little too thick. I lit a small campfire, mostly for comfort. I wasn't cooking anything, just wanted some light and warmth as the temperature dropped. The stars came out in full force, and for a while I just sat there, staring up at them, feeling the kind of small that only happens when you're in the middle of nowhere with nothing but sky around you. After an hour or so, I started to feel the tiredness from the day catching up to me, so I decided to call it a night. I put out the fire, zipped myself into the tent, and settled into my sleeping bag. The desert was still eerily quiet, save for the occasional gust of wind. I tried to fall asleep, but something kept pulling at me. Maybe it was the isolation, or maybe it was just being so far from anything familiar. But my senses felt heightened, like I was too alert to rest. After what felt like hours of tossing and turning, I finally drifted off. But sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. It wasn't because of a noise. There was no sound at all, in fact. But something jolted me awake. My eyes snapped open in the darkness, and for a moment I was completely disoriented, not sure where I was. Then it hit me. The desert, the tent, the road miles away. I lay there, completely still, listening to the silence outside. I told myself to relax, that I was just being paranoid. But then I noticed something strange. The wind had stopped. It was so quiet that the absence of sound felt wrong, like the air itself had been sucked out of the world. No rustling, no distant animal noises, nothing. Just an oppressive, unnatural stillness. I closed my eyes, trying to force myself back to sleep, but my mind was racing. After a few minutes of lying there, I heard it, faint at first, but unmistakable. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, crunching against the dirt and rocks outside the tent. I held my breath, listening as the footsteps grew closer. My heart was pounding so hard, I was sure whoever or whatever was out there could hear it. The steps weren't fast. They weren't frantic. They were slow, measured, like someone or something was taking its time. I thought about calling out, asking who was there, but something stopped me. Instead, I stayed perfectly still, hoping that if I didn't move, they wouldn't notice me. The footsteps came closer and closer until they stopped right outside the tent. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up, every muscle in my body tensing. For what felt like an eternity, nothing happened. Just silence, again. So thick, it felt suffocating. I didn't move, didn't even blink, trying to convince myself that it was just my imagination. Maybe an animal, maybe the wind. But then, I heard it again. This time, closer. A soft, almost imperceptible scraping sound, like something brushing against the side of the tent. My breath caught in my throat as I stared up at the dark ceiling of the tent. I could see the faint outline of the fabric shifting, like something or someone was outside, lightly dragging their hand or some object against it. The noise moved slowly, from one side of the tent to the other, circling me. I wanted to look, wanted to unzip the tent and shine my flashlight out there. But I couldn't make myself move. My body was locked in place, paralyzed by the fear of what I might see. The scraping continued, soft and deliberate, moving all around the tent, as if whoever was out there was inspecting it, testing it. After a few agonizing minutes, the sound stopped. The silence returned, just as thick and suffocating as before. I lay there, still as a statue, waiting for the next sound, the next movement. But nothing came. No footsteps, no scraping, no wind. Eventually, after what felt like hours, I must have fallen back asleep out of sheer exhaustion. When I woke up, it was just before dawn. The inside of the tent was bathed in that dim, grey light that comes before the sun rises. For a moment, I lay there, disoriented and groggy, trying to remember where I was. And then it hit me. The footsteps, the scraping. I sat up quickly, my heart pounding, and looked around. Everything seemed normal. My gear was where I'd left it. The tent was still intact. I tried to tell myself it had just been a bad dream, that maybe I'd imagined the whole thing in the haze of sleep. But as I unzipped the tent and stepped outside, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, in the dirt around the tent, were footprints, not mine. They were large, much larger than my own, and they circled the tent in a slow, deliberate path, just like I'd heard during the night. I stood there staring down at them, my mind racing. The prints were fresh, the edges still sharp in the early morning light. I scanned the horizon, looking for any sign of who or what had made them, but there was nothing, just the empty desert stretching out in every direction. I packed up my gear as fast as I could, my hands shaking the entire time. I didn't even bother to eat breakfast or take a final look around. I just threw everything into the car and got out of there. I drove for hours, not stopping until I reached a small town a few hundred miles away. Even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been out there, with me, watching, waiting. I didn't tell anyone what had happened. Who would believe me? It was just footprints. No real proof of anything. But I know what I heard, what I saw. I haven't been camping alone since. A few years ago, I was living in Portland, Oregon. I'd just moved into a new apartment, a pretty basic one-bedroom in an older building. It was one of those places where everything creaked a little. Floors, doors, even the windows made noise when you opened them. The area was decent, a mix of older houses and small apartment buildings like mine. The place wasn't anything special, but it was cheap and close to work. I had a weird work schedule at the time. I worked late shifts, sometimes getting home as late as 2 a.m. The apartment complex itself was pretty quiet. Mostly young professionals like me, some older people, no one who made much noise. It wasn't the kind of place where people hung out and socialized much. Everyone just kept to themselves. One night after work, I got home around 1:30 a.m. It was a Tuesday. I remember that much. I was exhausted, just wanting to eat something quick and go to bed. The building was completely silent, like it always was that late. The hallway outside my apartment was dimly lit, and as I unlocked the door, I realized how dead the place felt. No one around, no sounds of TVs or people talking. Just the faint hum of the building's old heating system. I went inside, tossed my bag on the couch, and grabbed a leftover sandwich from the fridge. I was too tired to care about anything, so I just ate it, standing up in the kitchen. The light in there was one of those harsh, buzzing fluorescents, and it made everything feel even more empty. As I finished eating, I noticed something strange. The apartment didn't feel quite right. At first, I couldn't put my finger on it. Nothing was obviously out of place, but it just felt off. I shrugged it off, chalking it up to being tired from the late shift. After all, I hadn't been living there long, so maybe I was still getting used to the place. I went to the bathroom to brush my teeth before bed. The light in there flickered when I turned it on. It had done that a couple of times before, so I didn't think much of it. I looked at myself in the mirror, trying to keep my eyes open, barely able to focus. The whole day had been a drag, and all I wanted was to collapse into bed and shut my eyes for a few hours. But as I was brushing my teeth, I heard something. It was faint at first, barely audible over the sound of the faucet running. It sounded like a thud, coming from somewhere in the apartment. I stopped what I was doing and listened, the toothbrush hanging out of my mouth. It was quiet again. I figured maybe I'd imagined it, or it was the heating kicking on. Old buildings make noises like that all the time. I finished up and headed to bed, flipping off the bathroom light as I went. As I passed through the living room, I paused. I don't know why, but something made me stop and look around. The room was dimly lit by the streetlight outside, casting long shadows on the floor. Nothing seemed out of place, but the uneasy feeling was still there, gnawing at me. I finally convinced myself I was just tired and overthinking things. I went to bed, pulled the covers up, and tried to relax. But just as I started to drift off, I heard another sound. This time, it was clearer, and it definitely wasn't the eating. It was a distinct, muffled thud, like something heavy being dropped. It was coming from the living room. I sat up, heart pounding. I listened, straining to hear any other noises. The apartment was dead silent again. I thought maybe someone in one of the other units had dropped something, and the sound had carried through the walls. That had to be it. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it was coming from my apartment, not from somewhere else. I got out of bed and grabbed my phone, using the flashlight to guide my way into the living room. I didn't bother turning on the lights, trying to be quiet. The air felt colder in the living room, like the temperature had dropped. I swept the beam of my phone's light across the room. Everything looked normal. The couch, my coffee table, the bookshelf, all just as I'd left them. But the silence was thick, almost oppressive, like the whole room was holding its breath. I stood there for a minute, listening, trying to convince myself that I was just imagining things. After all, I was exhausted, and it was the middle of the night. Maybe I was just jumpy. But then I heard it again. A faint thud, followed by a soft scraping sound, like something being dragged across the floor. This time, I froze. The sound was coming from the closet at the end of the hallway, near the front door. My heart started racing. I didn't want to believe it, but there was no mistaking it. The noise was coming from inside my apartment. I slowly made my way toward the closet, my hand trembling as I held up the phone. The light from the screen barely cut through the darkness. The door to the closet was closed, but I could hear something on the other side. A faint, rhythmic scratching, like someone was slowly running their nails against the wood. I stood there, paralyzed, staring at the door. My mind was racing. Had someone gotten into my apartment? How? I was sure I'd locked the door when I got home. There were no signs of forced entry, no broken windows, but the noise was unmistakable. Someone, or something, was in that closet. I took a step closer, my breath catching in my throat. I had no weapon, nothing to defend myself with, except my phone. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears, drowning out everything else. The scratching stopped. For a long moment, there was nothing, just silence. And then, without warning, the door to the closet slowly creaked open, just an inch. I couldn't see anything inside, just darkness. I backed away, heart pounding so hard, I thought it might burst out of my chest. I fumbled with my phone, dialing 911 as I retreated toward the bedroom. I didn't care if I was overreacting. I wasn't going to take any chances. The operator picked up, and I whispered that someone was in my apartment. They told me to stay on the line and that officers were on their way. I locked myself in the bedroom, sitting on the floor with my back against the bed, phone clutched in my hand. Every minute felt like an eternity as I waited for the police to arrive. I kept my eyes on the door, half expecting it to swing open at any second. Finally, after what felt like forever, I heard the knock at the front door. I bolted out of the bedroom and flung open the door for the cops. They came in, weapons drawn, and started searching the apartment. I stayed in the hallway, too freaked out to follow them. A few minutes later, they came back, saying they didn't find anyone. The closet was empty, no signs of forced entry, no footprints, no evidence that anyone had been there. I didn't believe them. I knew what I'd heard, what I'd seen, but there was nothing they could do. They told me to call again if I heard anything else, and left. I didn't sleep that night. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, every little sound setting me on edge. I kept telling myself I had to move out, but I stayed there for a few more months, too caught up with work and too exhausted to deal with finding a new place. Nothing else happened, not like that night. But every time I passed by the closet, I felt a cold knot in my stomach. One day, I was going through some boxes I had stored in the closet, getting ready to pack up and finally move out. As I was clearing things out, I noticed something strange. The back wall of the closet had a small, barely noticeable seam, like there was a hidden panel. I'd never noticed it before, but there it was, a faint line running across the wood. My hands started shaking as I pushed on the panel. It gave way easily, revealing a small, dark crawl space behind it. It was barely big enough for a person to fit inside, but it was empty. The floor was covered in dust, except for a single trail of footprints leading toward the panel. I didn't stay to find out more. I packed up the rest of my things that day and moved out by the end of the week. I never told anyone about the crawl space or what I'd heard that night. I just wanted to forget the whole thing and move on. But sometimes, late at night, I think about it. I wonder how long that crawl space had been there, and if maybe, just maybe, something or someone had been living in my apartment with me the whole time. Last year, I went on a solo hiking trip in New Hampshire. I had been doing a lot of solo hikes over the past few years, just to clear my head. I'd usually go to more populated trails, but this time, I wanted to try something different. I wanted to get away from the popular spots and explore something quieter. I'd heard about some lesser-known trails near the White Mountains, so I decided to try one out. The trail wasn't exactly remote, but it wasn't heavily trafficked either, which is what I was looking for. I parked my car at a small gravel lot that marked the trailhead. There were no other cars around, which was fine by me. It was late afternoon when I started the hike, with enough light left for a few hours of walking before setting up camp. I had my tent gear packed, planning to stay overnight and finish the hike the next day. The trail started out easy, wide and well maintained, winding through dense woods. The air was crisp, and the only sounds were my footsteps and the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. After about an hour, the trail started to narrow, and the trees closed in around me, casting longer shadows as the sun dipped lower. I wasn't worried though. I'd hiked alone plenty of times before and knew the importance of staying calm. At some point, I must have veered off the main trail without realizing it. I'd been so focused on enjoying the quiet that I didn't notice when the path started to get less defined. By the time I realized something was off, the trail had practically disappeared. I stopped to get my bearings, turning in a slow circle. The trees were dense and I couldn't see more than a few feet in any direction. There were no trail markers or signs, nothing to tell me where I was. I wasn't panicking yet, but I knew I had to figure out where the main trail was. I checked my phone, but of course there was no signal out here. That was to be expected. I had a map of the area, so I pulled it out and tried to figure out where I might have gone off track. After a few minutes of studying the map and trying to orient myself, I thought I had a general idea of where the main trail should be. I decided to backtrack, hoping I'd spot something familiar. As I retraced my steps, the light started to fade faster than I expected. The trees overhead blocked out most of the sunlight, and the forest was getting darker by the minute. I picked up the pace, not wanting to be out here in the dark. But the more I walked, the less familiar everything seemed. It felt like I was just walking in circles. Every tree looked the same, and I couldn't find any sign of the trail. That's when I heard it. A soft snap, like a twig breaking somewhere behind me. I stopped, listening. At first, I thought it might have been an animal. This area had plenty of deer and small wildlife. But then I heard it again. Closer this time. It wasn't the random movement of an animal. It sounded like footsteps. I stood still for a few seconds, straining to hear anything else. But the woods were silent again. Maybe it was just my imagination, or the wind moving branches. But something about it didn't sit right with me. I started walking again, this time faster, keeping my head down and focusing on getting back to the trail. I was still convinced I could find my way back if I kept moving. The footsteps started again, matching my pace. Every time I sped up, they sped up. When I slowed down, they slowed down. It wasn't an echo. It was deliberate. Someone or something was following me. My heart started pounding. I stopped abruptly, spinning around to look behind me, but there was nothing there. Just trees and shadows. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself down. Maybe it was just a deer or some other animal. I told myself that over and over again. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I kept moving, trying to stay calm, but my pace quickened. The footsteps behind me picked up again, this time more obvious. They were close, too close to be an animal. I didn't want to look back again. I didn't want to see whatever was there. I just wanted to get out of the woods. I kept walking, faster and faster, practically running at this point. The sun was almost gone now, and the forest was quickly falling into darkness. I was stumbling over roots and rocks, trying to keep my balance as I hurried through the underbrush. My breath was coming in ragged gasps, and my legs were burning from the effort. I broke into a full run. I didn't care about finding the trail anymore. I just wanted to get away from whatever was following me. The footsteps behind me were loud now, crashing through the forest almost on top of me. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. The overwhelming sense that something was just a few feet behind me, closing in. I ran blindly through the woods, not caring about where I was going anymore. I tripped and fell more than once, scraping my hands and knees on the rough ground. But I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I just kept running. After what felt like hours, I finally burst out of the trees and into a clearing. My chest was heaving and I could barely catch my breath. I stumbled to a stop, bent over, and tried to calm down. When I looked up, I realized I was standing on an old, overgrown dirt road. It wasn't the trail I'd started on, but it was something. I scanned the woods behind me, but there was nothing there. No footsteps, no movement. Just silence again. I stood there for a few minutes, catching my breath and trying to figure out what to do next. The road looked like it hadn't been used in years, but I figured if I followed it, it would lead me somewhere. Anywhere was better than back into the woods. I started walking down the road, my legs shaky and sore. The sky was almost completely dark now, with just a sliver of light left on the horizon. I didn't have a flashlight with me. I'd figured I wouldn't need one with the long summer days. But now I was regretting that decision. The road was uneven, with patches of tall grass and weeds growing through the cracks. I had to move slowly to avoid tripping again. After a while, the road started to curve. I was relieved. Curves meant it was leading somewhere. But as I rounded the bend, I saw something that made me stop dead in my tracks. There, in the middle of the road, was an old, rusted-out car. It looked like it had been sitting there for years, covered in vines and moss. The windows were cracked and dirty, and the tires were long gone. It was completely abandoned, just sitting there, as if someone had left it behind decades ago. But that wasn't what made me stop. The driver's side door was open. I stood there, staring at the car, my mind racing. There was no reason for a car to be out here, not on this old road, not with how overgrown it was. And the open door, something about it felt wrong. It wasn't just that it was open, it was the way it was opened, like someone had just stepped out. I took a step closer, squinting in the fading light to get a better look. The inside of the car was a mess, with old rotting upholstery and debris scattered across the seats, but something caught my eye. On the passenger seat, there was a small, dirty backpack. It looked newer than the rest of the car, like it didn't belong there. Like someone had left it recently. I don't know why I did it, but I took another step closer, leaning in to get a better look at the backpack. That's when I saw it. Just barely sticking out of the top zipper. Something shiny. A phone. I felt a chill run down my spine. There was no way that phone had been there for long. The car was ancient, but the phone was modern, like something someone would have had within the last couple of years. The realization hit me hard. Someone had been here recently. Maybe too recently. I backed away from the car, my heart pounding in my chest. My mind was racing with questions. Who had left the car here? Why? And where were they now? But the biggest question of all was, what had been following me through the woods? Had it been watching me the whole time? I turned and started walking down the road again, this time faster. I didn't want to stick around and find out. The footsteps I'd heard in the woods, whether they were real or imagined, were enough to convince me that I wasn't alone out here. I had to keep moving, had to find my way back to the trailhead, to my car. The road seemed to stretch on forever, winding through the trees. The darkness had fully set in now, and I could barely see more than a few feet ahead of me. My legs were burning from the effort, but I didn't stop. I kept walking, one foot in front of the other, hoping that the road would eventually lead me somewhere safe. Finally, after what felt like hours, I saw a faint light up ahead. I hurried toward it, my heart pounding with relief. As I got closer, I realized it was the trailhead. My car was parked just a few feet away, the headlights catching the reflection of the trail sign. I practically ran to my car, fumbling with my keys in the dark. I jumped in, locked the doors, and started the engine. The sound of the engine roaring to life was the most comforting thing I'd heard all day. I threw the car into drive and sped out of there, not looking back. I don't know who or what was out there in the woods that night. I don't know if I'll ever find out. But I do know one thing. I'm never going back to that trail again. Last summer, I rented a small house on the outskirts of Asheville, North Carolina. I needed a break from work and life in general, so I figured a week in the mountains would do me some good. The house was tucked away off a long dirt road, surrounded by thick woods on all sides. It was one of those places where you don't have neighbors in sight, just trees and nature, perfect for some peace and quiet. I arrived late in the afternoon on a Monday. The house was basic, but comfortable. Small kitchen, living room, bedroom, and a little porch out back that overlooked the forest. There was no Wi-Fi, and I had barely any cell service, which was kind of the point. I wanted to disconnect, just spend the week reading, hiking, and relaxing. The isolation didn't bother me. In fact, I was looking forward to it. The first couple of days were uneventful. I spent my time exploring the nearby trails, cooking simple meals, and sitting on the porch in the evenings, listening to the sounds of the woods. The only thing that struck me as odd was how quiet it was at night. I expected to hear crickets, owls, or the occasional rustling of animals in the trees, but it was dead silent after the sun went down. I chalked it up to being unfamiliar with the area. Maybe that's just how it was out here. On the third night, something changed. I was sitting on the porch after dinner, watching the sky fade from orange to deep blue, when I noticed something moving in the woods. It was just a glimpse. Something darting between the trees, too fast for me to make out. First I thought it was a deer or maybe a coyote, but whatever it was, it seemed too large and moved too smoothly for that. I stared into the woods for a while, but nothing else happened. The air had that stillness to it again, like the whole forest was holding its breath. I finished my drink and went inside, locking the door behind me, more out of habit than concern. That night, I woke up to a sound. It was faint, like something tapping against the side of the house. I sat up in bed, straining to hear it again. There was nothing for a few seconds, just silence, and then I heard it again. Tap, 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 right outside the bedroom window. My heart started to race, but I told myself it was probably just a branch or something brushing against the house. The window was next to a tree after all. I lay back down, trying to convince myself it was nothing, but the tapping continued, soft and rhythmic, like someone, or something, was deliberately tapping on the wall. I got out of bed and walked over to the window. The curtains were drawn, and I hesitated before pulling them aside. My hand was shaking a little as I lifted the edge of the curtain and peeked outside. The moon was bright enough to illuminate the yard, but I didn't see anything. No branches, no animals, just the empty yard and the dark outline of the trees in the distance. I stood there for a minute, staring into the darkness, waiting for the tapping to start again. But it didn't. I finally closed the curtain and went back to bed, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling that had settled in my chest. The next day, I couldn't shake the strange feeling that something wasn't right. I went about my day as usual, hiking in the morning and reading in the afternoon, but I couldn't stop thinking about the tapping from the night before. Every time I looked out of the woods, I had this sense that something was out there, watching, waiting for me to let my guard down. That evening, as the sun started to set, I decided to take a walk down the dirt road that led to the house. I hadn't really explored the area beyond the immediate trails, so I figured I'd see where the road went. It was quiet, as usual. Just the crunch of my footsteps on the gravel and the occasional rustle of leaves in the trees. After about 20 minutes of walking, I came across an old cabin. It looked abandoned, the roof sagging in places, the windows boarded up, and the porch overgrown with weeds. It must have been years since anyone had lived there. I was curious, so I walked a little closer, peering through the gaps in the boards, covering the windows. The end was dark, but I could make out faint shapes of old furniture. An armchair, table, some shelves. As I stood there, something caught my eye. It was subtle, but I saw movement from inside the cabin. Just a shadow, flickering near the back of the room. My stomach tightened and I took a step back. Maybe it was an animal, I thought, but the way it moved, it wasn't right. Too smooth, too deliberate. I didn't stick around to investigate. I turned and walked back to the house, my pace quicker than before. I kept telling myself it was just my imagination, that I was getting spooked for no reason. But that night, as I sat on the porch, the uneasy feeling grew stronger. The forest seemed different, darker, quieter. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, just beyond the trees, watching. I stayed inside for most of the evening, reading by the fireplace and trying to ignore the creeping sense of dread that was slowly building. Around midnight, I heard it again. The tapping. But this time, it wasn't coming from the bedroom window, it was coming from the front door. My heart stopped. The tapping was soft, barely audible, but it was there. I sat up in bed listening, my breath shallow. It didn't stop. Tap, tap, tap. Slow and deliberate. I grabbed my phone and looked at the screen. No signal. Of course, I was too far out for reception. I got out of bed, my legs shaky, and walked slowly toward the front door. Didn't want to open it, didn't want to see what was on the other side, but I couldn't just ignore it. When I reached the door, I pressed my ear against the wood, listening. The tapping stopped. I stood there, holding my breath, waiting. Then, from just outside the door, I heard something. It was faint, almost like a whisper, but it wasn't words. It was more like breathing, slow, shallow breathing, right on the other side of the door. I backed away, my hands shaking. There was no way I was opening that door. I turned and hurried back to the bedroom, locking the door behind me. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just sat there, wide awake, listening to the silence, waiting for something else to happen. The next morning, I packed up my things. I didn't care that I still had a few days left on the rental. I was getting out of there. As I loaded my car, I glanced at the house one last time. Everything looked normal in the daylight, just an ordinary cabin in the woods. But as I turned to leave, I noticed something strange. There, on the front door, were 3 long, deep scratches. They hadn't been there the day before. I didn't stick around to figure out what had happened. I got in my car and drove away, the uneasy feeling following me all the way back to town. I haven't gone back to that house, and I haven't been camping alone since. Whatever was out there, I don't want to find out. I moved to Detroit for work a couple of years ago. I was renting a place in one of the older neighborhoods not far from downtown. The house itself was a 2-story brick home, built sometime in the early 1900s, with creaky floors, outdated fixtures, and that musty smell that old homes always seem to have. The rent was cheap, which was perfect for me because I was still trying to save up some money. The neighborhood had seen better days. A lot of the houses were vacant, boarded up with spray paint on the plywood covering the windows. My street wasn't too bad, but it was clear that most of the people who lived there kept to themselves. It wasn't uncommon to see people walking the streets at all hours of the night, but I'd gotten used to it. I mostly kept to myself too. My job kept me busy, so I wasn't home much during the day, and when I was, I spent most of my time either reading or messing around on my computer. I didn't know my neighbors well, just a couple of older folks who'd been in the neighborhood for decades. They were friendly enough, but not the type to strike up long conversations. One night, I was up late working on a project for work. It was about 1 a.m., and I was sitting in the living room, hunched over my laptop. The house was quiet, and the only light was coming from the screen in front of me. I was tired, but I wanted to get the project finished before I went to bed. The wind outside was picking up, rattling the old windows. But that wasn't unusual for this time of year. I was so focused on what I was doing that I didn't notice the first sound right away. It was faint, almost like someone knocking, but it wasn't coming from the door. It was coming from the walls. I paused for a second, listening, but when the noise didn't come again, I figured it was just the house settling or the wind. I went back to typing, but then I heard it again, louder this time. It was a tapping sound, rhythmic, coming from somewhere upstairs. I stopped typing, my fingers hovering over the keys. I listened closely, trying to pinpoint where the noise was coming from. It wasn't a knock exactly, more like a soft, persistent thud, almost like someone tapping their fingers on a wooden surface. I stood up, feeling a little uneasy, but telling myself it was nothing. The house was old, and old houses make noise. Maybe it was a pipe knocking against the wall or something loose in the attic. I grabbed my phone using the flashlight and headed upstairs to check it out. The sound was coming from one of the bedrooms at the far end of the hall. I hadn't really used the upstairs rooms much. I kept most of my stuff downstairs, so the upstairs had mostly been storage since I moved in. As I walked down the hallway, the tapping got louder, more distinct, like it was coming from behind one of the walls. When I reached the door to the bedroom, I hesitated. My hand hovered over the doorknob for a second before I finally turned it and pushed the door open. The room was dark, the air colder than the rest of the house. I swept the beam of my phone's light across the room, scanning the dusty floor and the few boxes I had stacked in the corner. There was nothing unusual at first, just the same old stuff I'd left in there. But then, I heard it again. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the far wall, right by the window. I walked over to the window, shining the light across the wall. It was an exterior wall. The plaster cracked in a few spots, but nothing out of the ordinary. I pressed my ear against it, trying to figure out what could be causing the noise, but as soon as I did, the tapping stopped. I stood there for a minute, waiting, but the sound didn't come back. I checked the window, making sure it was closed all the way, then left the room and went back downstairs. By then, I'd convinced myself it was just some weird draft, or maybe a tree branch brushing against the house. I told myself I was overreacting and went back to my laptop. But I couldn't focus. I kept thinking about the sound, the way it seemed too deliberate, too rhythmic. I was tired though, so I eventually decided to call it a night. I turned off my computer and headed to bed. The next morning, I almost forgot about it. It wasn't until I was getting ready to leave for work that I noticed something odd. The window in the upstairs bedroom, the one I had checked the night before, was open. Not just cracked, but fully open, like someone had slid it up during the night. I stood there for a moment, staring at the window. I was sure I had closed it before I left the room. The thought crossed my mind that maybe I had forgotten, but that didn't feel right. I checked it. I knew I had. I walked over to the window and looked outside. There was nothing unusual, just the backyard and the empty lot next to the house. I closed the window, locking it this time, and left for work, trying to shake the weird feeling that had settled in my stomach. That night, I was back in the living room working late again. Around the same time as the night before, the tapping started up again. This time, it was louder. It wasn't coming from the upstairs bedroom though. It was coming from the kitchen. I stood up, the uneasy feeling from the night before creeping back in. I walked slowly toward the kitchen, the floorboards creaking under my feet. The tapping continued, steady and rhythmic, like something or someone was deliberately trying to get my attention. When I reached the kitchen, I flipped on the light. The tapping stopped immediately. I stood there in the doorway, looking around, trying to figure out what could be making the noise. Everything looked normal. The sink, the counters, the fridge. There were no pipes exposed, nothing that could have caused the sound. I checked the back door, making sure it was locked, then turned off the light and went back to the living room. But as soon as I sat down, the tapping started again, this time even louder. It was coming from the wall behind the fridge. I got up again, my heart pounding in my chest, and walked back into the kitchen. The tapping continued as I approached the fridge. It wasn't fast, just slow, deliberate taps, like someone was knocking on the wall from the other side. I grabbed the edge of the fridge and pulled it away from the wall. The sound stopped as soon as I did, leaving me standing there, staring at the empty space behind the fridge. The wall was bare. Nothing there but an old electrical outlet and a layer of dust. There was no reason for the sound to have been coming from there. I pushed the fridge back into place and stood there for a minute, listening. The house was silent again. I didn't sleep much that night. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the tapping to start again. But it didn't. The house was quiet. Almost too quiet. The next day, I called the landlord and asked if there had ever been any issues with the house. Plumbing, electrical, anything that could explain the noises I'd been hearing. He seemed confused, that the house was old, but there hadn't been any major problems. He told me he'd lived in the neighborhood for years, and the house had been vacant for a while, before I moved in. He asked if I wanted someone to come check it out, but I told him I'd figure it out. That night, the tapping started again, just after midnight. This time it was coming from the front door. I froze when I heard it, my heart racing. The sound was louder now, more insistent. Tap, tap, tap. I didn't want to open the door, but I couldn't just ignore it. I grabbed my phone and walked slowly to the front door. The tapping continued, steady and deliberate. When I reached the door, I stood there for a moment, listening. The sound was right on the other side. I reached for the doorknob, my hand shaking. Just as I was about to turn the knob, the tapping stopped. I stood there staring at the door, my heart pounding in my chest. I waited for what felt like forever, but there was nothing, just silence. I didn't open the door. Instead, I backed away and went upstairs, locking myself in the bedroom. I didn't sleep at all that night. The tapping didn't come back, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone had been outside my door. The next morning, I found the front door slightly ajar. I hadn't opened it, hadn't touched it since the night before. The lock was still in place, but the door was open, just enough for someone to have slipped inside. There were no signs of forced entry, no footprints, nothing out of place. Just the door, slightly open. I moved out of that house a week later. I never found out what was making the tapping noise, and I didn't want to stick around to find out. Whatever it wasn't something I wanted to deal with. I still think about it sometimes, though. Wondering if whoever moved in after me has heard the same thing. I used to work at this old grocery store just outside of Providence, Rhode Island. It was one of those places that had been around for decades. Kind of run down, but still busy enough because it was cheap and convenient. The building was small, one of those standalone stores that had been renovated so many times over the years that you could still see pieces of the original structure under the layers of updates. I started working there right after high school, just stocking shelves and working the register. It wasn't a great job, but it paid the bills while I figured out what I wanted to do next. Most of my shifts were during the day, but every now and then, I'd get stuck with the closing shift. The store closed at 10 p.m., but we had to stay late to clean up, restock, and make sure everything was ready for the morning crew. The night shifts were always strange because the store felt different after dark. During the day, it was just a regular cramped grocery store with a steady stream of customers. But at night, once everyone had left, it was like the place changed. The aisles felt too long, the lighting too dim, and every little noise seemed to echo. There was one night that still sticks with me, even now. It was a Wednesday and I was closing up with another guy, Dave. He'd been working there longer than me and knew the place inside out. We'd been cleaning up after the last few customers had left, sweeping the floors and wiping down the counters. Nothing unusual. By 10:30, we were getting ready to head out. Dave was up front, locking the main doors, and I was in the back room, making sure everything was stocked for the morning crew. The back room was where we kept all the extra inventory. Piles of boxes stacked against the walls, the freezer humming loudly in the corner. It was always cold back there, no matter what time of year, and the lighting was dim, flickering sometimes, like the bulbs were about to burn out. I was about to head back to the front when I heard a noise. It was faint at first, like a soft scraping sound coming from the far end of the storage room. I stopped what I was doing and listened, thinking it was just the box shifting or something. The place was always full of creaks and groans, especially when it got colder at night. But then the noise came again, louder this time. It was more distinct now, like something or someone was moving through the stacks of boxes, knocking things over. I called out to Dave, but he didn't answer. I figured he was still up front, maybe counting the register or finishing up the paperwork. I didn't want to freak out, but the sound was definitely coming closer. I grabbed a flashlight we kept near the back door in case we needed to check the breaker or something, and shone it toward the far end of the storage room. The light cut through the shadows, illuminating the boxes and metal shelves. Nothing seemed out of place at first, but then I noticed one of the stacks of boxes had been knocked over, like something or someone had pushed them. I walked toward it slowly, my heart pounding a little faster now. The storage room wasn't big, but there were enough shelves and stacks of boxes that it created a maze of narrow aisles. As I got closer to the knocked over boxes, I heard the noise again, scraping, followed by a soft thud. It was definitely coming from behind the shelves. I rounded the corner, shining my flashlight into the narrow aisle. but there was nothing there. Just more boxes and shelves. I stood there for a moment, listening. The storage room was dead silent again, except for the faint hum of the freezer. I turned around to head back to the front when I heard a loud crash. I spun around, shining the light back toward the far wall, and saw that another stack of boxes had fallen over, spilling cans and plastic containers all over the floor. The noise echoed through the room, and I froze. It didn't make sense. There was no draft back here. No way those boxes had just fallen over on their own. I called out to Dave again, louder this time, but still no answer. My mind was racing now, trying to make sense of what was happening. I took a few steps toward the fallen boxes, my flashlight flickering as I moved. I was almost to the far wall when I noticed something strange. One of the freezer doors, the large industrial ones where we kept the frozen goods, was slightly open. Just a crack. That door was supposed to stay shut unless we were unloading a delivery. The freezer was huge, more like a walk-in, big enough to store all the frozen inventory for the week. I knew it had been closed earlier and there was no reason for it to be open now. I hesitated for a second, then slowly walked over to the freezer. The air was cold, even colder than the rest of the room. I could feel the chill coming through the crack in the door. My hand shook a little as I reached for the handle. I pulled it open all the way, shining my flashlight inside. At first, I didn't see anything unusual. The shelves were stocked with frozen vegetables, meats, and ice cream just like they always were, but then, as I stepped inside, I noticed something in the corner. There was a pile of empty boxes stacked against the wall, but they were out of place. I hadn't seen them there earlier and there was no reason for them to be in the freezer. As I stepped closer, my flashlight flickered again, and I felt a rush of cold air against my face. I swept the beam of light across the boxes, trying to figure out what was going on, when suddenly I heard a sound. It was faint, like a low whisper coming from behind the boxes. I backed up quickly, my heart racing. There was no one in the store but me and Dave, and I knew he wasn't back here. The whispering continued, growing louder now, almost like someone was talking just out of earshot. Couldn't make out the words, but the tone was off, unnatural. I turned and bolted out of the freezer, slamming the door shut behind me. I didn't stop running until I reached the front of the store where Dave was sitting at the counter, looking bored. I must have looked freaked out because Dave raised an eyebrow when he saw me. I didn't tell him what I'd heard or what had happened in the back room. I didn't want him to think I was losing it. I just told him I was done for the night and that we should get out of there. We locked up the store and left without saying much. I didn't sleep well that night, my mind replaying the events over and over again. I kept trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was just the wind, or maybe the boxes had shifted on their own. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. The next day, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I went to work as usual, but I avoided going into the back room as much as possible. When my shift ended, I asked the manager if we'd had any issues with the freezers or if anyone had reported strange noises. He just gave me a weird look and said no. He hadn't heard anything about it. A couple of weeks later, I quit that job. I never went back to the grocery store after that. I still think about it sometimes though, especially late at night when everything is quiet. I don't know what was in that freezer, and I don't want to know. Whatever it wasn't something I ever want to experience again. A A few years ago, I was living in Baltimore, working at a small law office downtown. I had a tiny one-bedroom apartment in Mount Vernon, an older part of the city filled with historic buildings. My place was nothing special, just a third-floor walk-up in an old row house that had been split into multiple apartments. The rent was cheap, and the location was decent, but the building itself had definitely seen better days. The stairs creaked, the walls were thin, and sometimes the plumbing would make this awful groaning sound in the middle of the night. One evening I was coming home after a long day at work. It was late, maybe around 9 p.m. The city was quiet, and I remember thinking how the neighborhood always felt a little eerie at night, especially when the streets were empty like that. I climbed the stairs to my apartment, unlocked the door, and went inside. Everything seemed normal at first. I threw my keys on the kitchen counter and sat down on the couch, flipping through channels on the TV, not really paying attention to anything. After a while, I got up to make myself some dinner. The apartment was small, just a kitchen, a tiny living room, a bathroom, and my bedroom. I could see almost the entire place from the kitchen. While I was standing by the stove, stirring something in a pot, I heard a noise from the living room. It was faint, but distinct, like the sound of something tapping against glass. I froze for a second listening. The noise came again. Tap, tap, tap. I turned around slowly, staring at the large window in the living room. It faced the street, 3 stories up, with no fire escape or balcony outside. Tapping continued, light but rhythmic, like someone gently knocking on the glass. I walked over to the window, my heart starting to race a little. There was no one outside, just the dark, empty street below. I stood there for a moment, staring at the window, trying to figure out where the noise had come from. The tapping had stopped, and the apartment was silent again. I told myself it was probably just the wind, maybe a branch hitting the window or something. I went back to the kitchen and finished making dinner. The uneasy feeling stuck with me. I kept glancing at the window, half expecting to hear the tapping again. That night, after I finished eating, I went to bed early. I was tired from work, and all I wanted was to get some sleep. My bedroom was at the back of the apartment, away from the street, so it was quieter than the rest of the place. I closed the blinds, crawled into bed, and turned off the light. I had just started to drift off when I heard it again. The tapping. But this time, it wasn't coming from the living room window. It was coming from the window in my bedroom. My eyes snapped open and I lay there, in the dark, listening. The tapping was soft, almost tentative, but it was definitely there. Tap, tap, tap. It didn't make any sense. My bedroom window faced the back alley, and there was no fire escape, no way for anyone to be standing outside. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding in my chest. The tapping continued steady and rhythmic, just a few feet away from me. I stared at the window, barely able to make out the outline of the blinds in the darkness. For a moment, I considered pulling them back, but something stopped me. I didn't want to see what was on the other side. The tapping stopped again, and the apartment fell into an eerie silence. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. Eventually, I convinced myself it was just my imagination, or maybe something outside in the alley, like a loose shutter or a piece of debris blown by the wind. The next morning, I woke up early, still feeling unsettled from the night before. I went to the window and pulled back the blinds, expecting to see something that would explain the noise. But there was nothing. Just the usual view of the alley below, lined with dumpsters and cracked pavement. No loose shutters, no debris, nothing that could have caused the tapping. I spent the rest of the day trying to put it out of my mind, telling myself it was just one of those weird things that happen in old buildings. But that night, the tapping came back. This time it started around midnight. Softly at first, then growing louder and more insistent. It was the same rhythmic pattern. Tap, tap, tap. Like someone gently knocking on the window from the outside. I couldn't sleep. I lay there in bed, staring at the window, too afraid to get up, too afraid to look. I kept waiting for something to happen, for the tapping to stop, but it just kept going. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep out of sheer exhaustion, because when I woke up the next morning, the tapping was gone again, and the apartment was quiet. This went on for the next few nights. Every night, the tapping would start around the same time, always at one of the windows. Sometimes it was the living room, sometimes the bedroom. I even heard it once at the small bathroom window. No matter where I was in the apartment, the tapping would find me. I started to dread going to bed, knowing that as soon as I turned off the lights, the noise would start again. I thought about calling someone, maybe a friend or the building manager, but what would I even say? That I was hearing tapping noises at my windows? They'd think I was crazy, or worse, they'd come over and not hear anything, making me look like a fool. One night, about a week after the tapping had started, I decided I couldn't take it anymore. I was lying in bed, listening to the noise again, when something snapped in me. I had to know what was causing it. I couldn't just sit there, night after night, listening to that damn tapping, without doing anything. I grabbed a flashlight from my bedside table, my hands shaking as I flicked it on. The tapping was louder tonight, more insistent, like whoever or whatever was on the other side of the window was getting impatient. I got out of bed and walked slowly toward the window, the beam of the flashlight cutting through the darkness. When I reached the window, I hesitated. The tapping continued, steady and rhythmic, just inches away from me. My hand hovered over the edge of the blinds. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to see what was on the other side. But I had to. I had to know. I yanked the blinds open in one swift motion, shining the flashlight at the glass. There was nothing there. The window was empty, just like every other time I'd looked. The alley below was quiet, no movement, no sign of anyone or anything. But the tapping hadn't stopped. It was still there, faint but persistent, even though there was nothing outside the window. I backed away slowly, my heart racing. I couldn't explain it. There was no logical reason for the noise, no way it could be happening, but it was. I stood there for a moment, trying to calm myself down, but the tapping just kept going. I left the apartment that night. I grabbed my keys, threw on some clothes, and got out of there as fast as I could. I didn't care that it was the middle of the night, or that I had nowhere to go. Just needed to get away from that noise. I spent the night in my car, parked a few blocks away. The tapping didn't follow me, and for the first time in days, I felt like I could breathe again. The next morning, I went back to the apartment to grab some clothes and a few essentials. I couldn't afford to break my lease, so I stayed with a friend for the next few weeks, avoiding the apartment as much as possible. Eventually, the lease ended and I moved out for good. I never heard the tapping again after that. Whatever it was, it stayed in that apartment. I never told anyone about it, not even the friend I stayed with. I figured no one would believe me anyway. But every now and then, late at night, when the world is quiet and still, I think about the tapping. I wonder what would have happened if I had stayed, if I had kept listening. Maybe it was just an old building creaking, or maybe it was something else. Something waiting on the other side of the window, tapping, trying to get in. A few years ago, I was staying with a friend in Nashville. It was one of those spur-of-the-moment things. I'd been going through a rough patch, and she offered her place for me to crash, while I figured things out. Her apartment was on the outskirts of the city, in a pretty quiet area. The complex was one of those older ones that looked like it hadn't been updated in years. The paint was peeling in places and the parking lot was full of cracks, but it wasn't in a bad part of town, so I didn't mind. She worked long hours, so I usually had the place to myself during the day. I didn't have much to do besides sending out job applications and taking walks around the neighborhood. The first couple of days were uneventful. I'd take my walks, grab coffee, and spend the afternoons on my laptop. Nothing out of the ordinary. On the third day, I was sitting on the couch in the living room, scrolling through my phone when I heard something. It was faint, like a knock, but not at the front door. It sounded like it was coming from the back of the apartment. My friend's place was on the second floor, and there was no back door, just windows that overlooked the parking lot and a small wooded area beyond that. I paused for a second, listening, but the sound didn't come again. I figured it was nothing. Maybe someone in the neighboring apartment was moving furniture or something. It wasn't unusual to hear people going about their business through the thin walls. A little while later, I got up to get a drink from the kitchen. As I was walking through the hallway, I heard the sound again. This time, it was clearer. 3 distinct knocks coming from the back bedroom. The door to the bedroom was closed, which struck me as odd because I hadn't been in there all day, and I knew my friend had left it open when she left for work. I stopped outside the door, staring at it for a moment. The knocking had stopped, but I felt uneasy. I couldn't think of any reason why I would have heard knocks from that room. There was no one else in the apartment, and like I said, it was on the second floor. I stood there for a minute, listening. The apartment was silent. I hesitated, then turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. The room was empty. The blinds were drawn, casting a dim light over the bed and the dresser. Everything looked exactly how it had that morning. I looked around for a few seconds, half expecting to see something out of place, but nothing seemed unusual. I closed the door and went back to the living room, trying to shake off the weird feeling. I told myself it was probably just the building settling or something equally mundane. Old places make noise, right? That night, my friend got home late. We didn't talk much. She was exhausted from work, and I didn't want to bother her with my stupid worries about a few knocks. We ate dinner, watched TV for a while, and then went to bed. She had the bedroom, and I slept on the couch in the living room. Sometime around 2 or 3 a.m., I woke up. At first, I wasn't sure why. The apartment was dark and quiet, except for the faint hum of the fridge. I lay there for a minute, listening, trying to figure out what had woken me up. And then I heard it again. The knocking. 3 slow, deliberate knocks. Menace. This time it was coming from the window near the front of the apartment, right behind the couch where I was lying. My heart started racing. There was no way anyone could be knocking on that window. It was on the second floor, and there was nothing outside the window but air. No fire escape, no ledge, nothing. I sat up, my pulse thudding in my ears. The knocking came again, louder this time, more insistent. I couldn't bring myself to look at the window. Instead, I just sat there, frozen, staring at the dark shapes of the furniture in the room. I must have sat there for at least 5 minutes, waiting for something else to happen. But after that last set of knocks, the apartment went silent again. Eventually, I convinced myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I hadn't been sleeping well, and maybe I was just hearing things. The next day, I didn't say anything to my friend. She was in a rush to get to work, and I didn't want to freak her out, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The apartment felt different, heavier somehow, like the air was thicker. I spent most of the day out of the house, wandering around the city, trying to clear my head. When I got back that evening, the apartment was dark. My friend wasn't home yet, and I felt that same uneasiness settle over me as soon as I walked in the door. I flipped on the lights, tried to keep myself busy, making dinner and scrolling through my phone, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Around 9 p.m., I was sitting on the couch when I heard the knocking again. This time, it was coming from the hallway, near the bedroom door. 3 slow, deliberate knocks, just like before. My stomach dropped. I stood up, not sure what I was planning to do. But before I could move, the bedroom door creaked open. Just a few inches, but enough to send a jolt of fear through me. I stared at the door, my heart pounding, waiting for something to happen. But nothing did. The door just stayed slightly ajar, the dark room beyond it completely silent. I didn't want to go near it. I didn't want to open the door all the way. But I couldn't just leave it like that, either. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and slowly walked toward the door. I pushed it open the rest of the way, the hinges creaking in the silence. The room was empty. Just like before, everything was exactly where it should be. The bed was made, the dresser was in its usual spot, and the blinds were drawn. There was no sign of anything unusual, no explanation for the knocking or the door opening on its own. I backed out of the room, closing the door behind me. I didn't hear anything for the rest of the night, but I barely slept. Every creak, every gust of wind outside set me on edge. The next morning, I decided I had to tell my friend. It was too weird to keep to myself any longer. When she got home from work, I sat her down and told her everything. The knocking, the door, everything. I expected her to laugh it off or tell me I was being ridiculous. But instead, she just sat there, listening quietly. When I finished, she didn't say anything for a long time. Finally, she told me that she'd heard the knocking too. Not every night, but enough times that it had started to freak her out. She hadn't told me because she didn't want to scare me, but now that I'd brought it up, she admitted that something didn't feel right in the apartment. We tried to come up with logical explanations. Maybe it was the building settling, or the wind, or something mechanical that we weren't aware of. But deep down, we both knew it wasn't that simple. There was something else going on. Something we couldn't explain. A few days later, she decided to move out. I couldn't blame her. I helped her pack up her things, and by the end of the week, she was gone. I never went back to that apartment after that. Whatever was happening there, I didn't want any part of it. I still think about it sometimes, though. The knocking, the door opening on its own. I'll never know what caused it, and maybe that's for the best. A few years ago, I took a solo road trip up the Pacific Northwest. I had been living in San Francisco for a while and needed to get away for a bit, just a break from everything. I'd always heard about how beautiful the Oregon coast was, and I figured it'd be the perfect place to clear my head. I didn't have a strict plan, just a route mapped out and a list of small towns I wanted to stop in. I'd stay at motels along the way, maybe even camp if the weather was good. About halfway through my trip, I decided to take a detour inland to visit some smaller, less touristy spots. I ended up in a little town called Toledo. It wasn't far from Newport, but far enough off the beaten path that it felt like a different world. The town was quiet, almost too quiet. Most of the shops were closed, even though it was only late afternoon, and there were barely any cars on the streets. I found a small motel just off the main road. It looked old, like something out of the 70s, but it was cheap, and I didn't feel like driving any further. The woman at the front desk seemed nice enough, though she looked surprised when I told her I was planning to stay the night. She didn't say much, just handed me the key and gave me a room on the second floor. The room was basic: a bed, a small TV, and a window that overlooked the parking lot. I tossed my bag on the bed and decided to explore the town before it got too dark. There wasn't much to see. A few blocks of old brick buildings, a small diner, and a gas station. The streets were mostly empty, and the only other people I saw were a couple of old men sitting on a bench near the diner, watching me as I walked by. I grabbed a quick bite at the diner and headed back to the motel just as the sun was setting. The air felt cooler, and the sky was turning that deep blue you get right before nightfall. I didn't have much to do, so I figured I'd settle in for the night and get an early start the next morning. I was lying on the bed, flipping through channels on the TV, when I heard a sound outside. It was faint at first, like something scraping against metal. I figured it was just the wind, or maybe someone messing around in the parking lot. The motel was mostly empty, but there were a few other cars parked outside, so I didn't think much of it. The sound came again, louder this time, more distinct. It was coming from the direction of the stairwell, the end of the building. I muted the TV and listened. It sounded like someone was dragging something heavy up the stairs, slow and deliberate, like metal scraping against concrete. I got up and walked over to the window, pulling the curtains back just enough to peek outside. Parking lot was mostly dark, except for a single flickering streetlight near the entrance. I couldn't see anyone, but the scraping sound continued echoing through the still night air. I stood there for a minute, trying to figure out what could be making the noise. Maybe one of the other guests was moving something up to their room, though I hadn't seen anyone else around since I checked in. The sound stopped suddenly, and the silence that followed felt heavy, almost unnatural. I was about to turn away from the window when I saw it. A figure standing at the bottom of the stairs, just out of the reach of the streetlight. They were too far away for me to make out any details, but they were standing completely still, facing the building. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The figure didn't move. They just stood there, staring up at the second floor. I pulled the curtain shut and backed away from the window, trying to stay calm. There was no reason to panic. It was probably just someone from the motel, maybe a maintenance worker or another guest. I sat back down on the bed, telling myself it was nothing. But a few minutes later, I heard the sound again. This time it was closer, like something being dragged along the balcony outside my room. The scraping noise was slow, methodical, and it was getting louder. I stood up, my heart racing. The room suddenly felt too small, too enclosed. I walked back to the window, this time pulling the curtain open just enough to peek outside. There, standing just a few feet from my door, was the figure. They were closer now, standing under the flickering light, and I could make out more details. It was a man, tall and thin, wearing a dirty coat that looked like it hadn't been washed in years. His face was obscured by the shadows, but I could see the outline of something long and heavy in his hand, like a metal pipe or a crowbar. I froze, my hand gripping the edge of the curtain. The man stood there for a moment, his back to me, the scraping sound coming from the metal object he was dragging along the ground. He didn't move toward my door, but he didn't leave either. He just stood there as if waiting for something. I backed away from the window, my mind racing. I didn't know what to do. My phone was on the nightstand, but I knew there was no cell service in this area. I could call the front desk, but the thought of leaving the room, of walking out into the hallway with that man right outside, made my skin crawl. The scraping sound stopped suddenly, and the silence that followed was suffocating. I stood there in the middle of the room, listening, waiting for something, anything to happen. After what felt like an eternity, I heard footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps, moving away from my door and toward the stairs. I rushed back to the window and pulled the curtain aside just in time to see the man disappear down the stairs, his figure swallowed by the darkness. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed awake, sitting on the edge of the bed, listening for any sign that he had come back. But the rest of the night was eerily quiet, and when the sun finally came up, I packed my things and left without looking back. I didn't tell anyone what had happened, not the woman at the front desk, not the few people I passed on the road as I left town. I just wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible. For the rest of my trip, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly avoided something terrible. I don't know what that man was doing at the motel that night, or why he was dragging that metal object around. But I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't supposed to be there. I've been on plenty of road trips since then, but I've never gone back to Toledo, and I never will. I was living in New York City at the time, in a small apartment in the East Village. Rent was ridiculous, but that's how it is in Manhattan. The place was old, with creaky floors and narrow hallways that made it feel even smaller than it already was. I didn't mind much because I wasn't home that often. I was in my early 20s working at a bar downtown, so most nights I wouldn't get home until 2 or 3 in the morning. One night, I got off work later than usual. It was close to 3:30 a.m., and the city was quieter than I was used to. The streets were mostly empty as I walked back to my apartment. Even in a city as alive as New York, the early hours of the morning can feel eerily still. I was tired and just wanted to get back, take a shower, and crash. When I reached my building, I noticed something strange. The front door to the lobby was propped open with a brick. This wasn't unusual in some of the newer, more secure buildings in the city. But my building was old and didn't have any kind of security or doorman. There were only 5 apartments in the whole place, and everyone was responsible for locking the door behind them. I assumed someone had been lazy, or maybe a delivery guy had forgotten to close it, but it made me feel uneasy. I pushed the door open and walked into the narrow lobby. The elevator was one of those old ones with a cage door, the kind that rattles and groans every time you use it. It wasn't working that night, no surprise, so I had to take the stairs up to my floor. I lived on the 4th floor and the stairwell was dimly lit, one of the bulbs flickering as I climbed. When I reached my floor, the door to the hallway was slightly ajar. It wasn't wide open, just cracked, like someone hadn't shut it all the way. I paused for a second, feeling that uneasiness again. My building was small, and I knew all of my neighbors, at least by sight. I couldn't imagine any of them leaving the door like that. But it was late and I figured maybe one of them had gone out for a smoke or something and just didn't pull it closed properly. I pushed the door open and stepped into the hallway. It was narrow, with peeling wallpaper and dim lighting. My apartment was at the end of the hall. As I walked past the other doors, I noticed something odd. One of the doors, belonging to a guy who lived directly across from me, had a key still in the lock, just hanging there, like whoever had left it hadn't bothered to take it out. I stopped, staring at the door. The guy who lived there was quiet, kept to himself, but I talked to him a few times. He seemed nice enough, but we weren't friends or anything. Still, it struck me as strange. I'd never seen anyone leave their key like that before. I considered knocking on his door, letting him know, but it was late and I figured he'd notice it himself when he woke up. I shrugged it off, made my way to my apartment and unlocked the door. The first thing I noticed when I stepped inside was the smell. It wasn't overpowering, but there was something off about it, like a faint, musty odor, mixed with something metallic. I figured it was probably the building's old pipes acting up again. The heating had been spotty for months, and sometimes the place just smelled weird. I was too tired to think much of it. I walked into the kitchen, tossed my keys on the counter, and grabbed a glass of water. The smell lingered, though, making my stomach churn a little. I went into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and waited for the water to heat up. As I stood there, I noticed something else. The window in the living room was open, just a crack. I always kept my windows closed, especially in the winter. New York winters could be brutal. My apartment was drafty enough as it was. I walked over to the window, frowning. The latch was loose, like someone had forced it open the outside. But I lived on the 4th floor. There was no fire escape on that side of the building, no way for anyone to climb up without a ladder. I shut the window, locking it this time, and went back to the bathroom. I was starting to feel unsettled, like something was off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I took a quick shower, trying to shake the weird feeling that had settled in my chest. When I got out of the shower, I heard a noise. It was faint, like a soft thud coming from the living room. I froze, my heart skipping a beat. The apartment was small, and there was no one else here. I grabbed a towel, wrapped it around myself, and slowly walked toward the living room. My footsteps were nearly silent on the old wooden floors. As I stepped into the living room, I noticed something immediately. One of the chairs, the small wooden one I kept near the window, had been moved. It was facing the window now, pushed closer to the glass. like someone had been sitting there, watching the street below. I hadn't moved a chair. I never sat there. My heart was pounding in my chest now. I stood there for a moment, staring at the chair, trying to make sense of it. Maybe I had moved it earlier and forgotten, but I knew that wasn't true. I would have remembered. I turned and walked back to the kitchen, grabbing my phone off the counter. I had no idea what I was planning to do, but I felt better having it in my hand. As I was about to head back to the living room, I heard another noise. A soft creak, like floorboards shifting under the weight of someone's foot. It was coming from the hallway outside my apartment. I froze, listening. The hallway was supposed to be empty. It was late and all my neighbors were quiet types, the kind who went to bed early. But the sound was unmistakable. Slow, deliberate footsteps, moving toward my door. My heart was racing now. I crept over to the front door and pressed my ear against it, trying to hear what was happening on the other side. The footsteps stopped just outside my apartment. For a moment, there was nothing. No sound, no movement, just silence. And then a soft, deliberate knock. I didn't move. I couldn't. I just stood there, my back against the door, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. The knock came again, louder this time. Whoever was out there wasn't going away. I clenched my phone in my hand, trying to decide what to do. I didn't want to open the door, but I couldn't just stand there forever. My mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. What if it was someone from the building? What if it was an emergency? But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. The knock came a third time, harder now, more insistent. I took a deep breath and slowly reached for the doorknob, my hand trembling. I unlocked the door, but I didn't open it. Instead, I just stood there, listening, waiting. The knocking stopped. The hallway was silent again. After a few minutes, I opened the door just a crack, peeking out into the dimly lit hallway. It was empty. No one was there. The door across the hall, the one with the key still in the lock, was shut now. I hadn't heard it close. I stepped back into my apartment and locked the door again, bolting it this time. I didn't sleep that night. I just sat in the living room staring at the chair by the window, waiting for something else to happen. Nothing did. But the next morning, when I left for work, the key was back in the door across the hall, hanging loosely from the lock. I knocked, but no one answered. I never saw the guy who lived there again. I don't know what happened that night, and I don't want to know. I moved out of that building a few months later, and I haven't been back since. But sometimes, late at night, I think about that knock on the door, and I wonder what would have happened if I had opened it. Last fall, I took a weekend trip to a small town in rural Pennsylvania called Wellsboro. It's one of those places people go to get away from the city for a few days. Quaint, with a main street that looks like it hasn't changed in 50 years, surrounded by miles of farmland and forest. I'd heard about the hiking trails around there and decided it would be a good way to clear my head. I'd been working too much, and the idea of a few days with no emails or phone calls sounded like heaven. I rented a small cabin on the edge of town, about a 20-minute drive from any sort of civilization. It was one of those vacation rentals listed as rustic, which usually means outdated and bare bones. But that didn't bother me. The idea was to disconnect, after all. The cabin was tucked back on a dirt road surrounded by thick woods, with a small creek running through the backyard. It was private. No neighbors in sight. Exactly what I was looking for. I arrived late in the afternoon just as the sun was starting to set. The drive out there was beautiful, the trees just starting to turn with the fall colors, and the sky clear. After I unloaded my car, I took a short walk around the property, checking out the creek and the woods that stretched out behind the cabin. It was peaceful, quiet. I hadn't felt that calm in a long time. That night, I cooked myself a simple dinner, sat on the porch for a while, and went to bed early. The cabin had a single bedroom, small but comfortable, with a queen bed and a window that looked out over the front yard. I remember falling asleep quickly, feeling a kind of exhaustion that came more from relief than anything else. No city noise, no emails, no deadlines. Just the sound of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves outside. Sometime, in the middle of the night, I woke up. It was one of those moments where you're not quite sure what woke you, but something pulls you out of sleep. I lay there for a minute, trying to shake off the fog, listening to the quiet of the cabin. At first, I thought it was nothing, but then I heard it. A faint tapping noise, coming from somewhere outside. It was soft, barely audible at first, but steady. I figured it was probably just a branch or something hitting the side of the cabin. The wind had picked up a bit, and I could hear it rustling the leaves outside. I rolled over, pulled the blanket tighter, and tried to fall back asleep. The tapping continued. It was rhythmic, almost like someone lightly knocking, but too slow and deliberate to be the wind. I sat up, listening more closely. It sounded like it was coming from the porch, near the front door. I grabbed my phone off the nightstand and checked the time. 3:27 a.m. I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but when I looked outside the window, everything seemed normal. The yard was dark, just the outline of trees and the faint glimmer of moonlight off the creek. The porch light, which I'd left on when I went to bed, was casting a dim glow. But there was no movement, no sign of anyone or anything. The tapping stopped. I sat there for a minute, feeling my heartbeat slow down as the cabin returned to silence. I told myself it was just the house settling, or maybe some animal brushing against the porch. It was an old cabin after all, and I was in the middle of the woods. I didn't want to freak myself out over nothing. I lay back down, trying to calm my mind, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Just as I was starting to drift back to sleep, the tapping started again. Louder this time. It was coming from the side of the cabin now, right near the bedroom window. 3 distinct taps, like someone knocking on the wood outside. My pulse quickened and I sat up again, this time grabbing the flashlight from my bag. I didn't want to open the window, but I had to see if there was something out there. I shined the flashlight through the window, its beam cutting through the darkness. But there was nothing, just the yard and the trees beyond. The tapping stopped again, just as suddenly as it had started. I lay there for what felt like an hour, every nerve in my body on edge, waiting for the sound to come back. But it didn't. Eventually, exhaustion got the better of me, and I must have fallen asleep because the next thing I knew, it was morning. When I woke up, the cabin felt different. The morning light was streaming in through the window, and everything seemed normal again, like the night before had been a bad dream. I almost convinced myself it had been. I got up, made coffee, and tried to shake off the unease that had settled in my chest. After breakfast, I decided to take a hike. There was a trail that started just a short walk from the cabin, winding through the woods and along the creek. The fresh air and the sound of the water helped clear my head, and for most of the morning I managed to forget about the strange noises from the night before. It wasn't until I got back to the cabin that I noticed something. On the side of the house, near the bedroom window, there were marks. 3 long, thin scratches, deep enough to gouge the wood, running vertically down the side of the cabin. They weren't there when I arrived. I was sure of it. I had walked around the cabin when I first got there, and there hadn't been any damage. My heart started pounding again, the memory of the tapping from the night before flooding back. I stood there for a few minutes, staring at the marks, trying to make sense of it. They were too high up to be from an animal, and there were no trees or branches close enough to have caused them. It didn't make any sense. I went back inside, locking the door behind me. Even though it was the middle of the day, I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone had been outside the cabin last night. I told myself it was probably just some animal I hadn't heard or seen, but deep down, I didn't believe it. That night I was on edge from the moment the sun started to set. I tried to distract myself with a book, but I couldn't focus. Every little noise from outside, the wind, the creaking of the trees, put me on high alert. I kept glancing at the window, half expecting to see something standing outside in the darkness. It was around 2 a.m. when the tapping started again. This time, it was louder, more insistent, and it wasn't just coming from one spot. It was all around the cabin, first on the porch, then near the back door, then by the window, like something was circling the house, tapping as it went. I grabbed my phone and the flashlight, my hands shaking as I stood in the middle of the living room, listening. The tapping would stop for a few seconds, then start again, always moving, always just out of reach. I shined the flashlight toward the windows, but all I could see was darkness. No movement, no sign of anything. The tapping continued, steady and deliberate, as if whatever was out there knew exactly what it was doing. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to go outside, but staying inside felt just as dangerous. The nearest town was 20 minutes away, and I had no cell service. I was completely alone out here. The tapping stopped suddenly, and for a moment, the cabin was completely silent. I held my breath, waiting, but the silence stretched on. Then, without warning, there was a loud crash. The front window shattered, sending glass flying across the room. I screamed, backing up into the kitchen, my heart racing. I didn't see anything. There was no one outside, no figure standing in the broken window. But the air felt heavy, oppressive. I grabbed my keys and ran out the back door, not bothering to lock it behind me. I drove straight to town that night, not stopping until I reached a small diner just off the main road. I sat in the parking lot for what felt like hours, trying to calm down, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The next morning, I went back to the cabin to grab my things. The front window was still broken, and the scratches on the side of the house were even deeper than I remembered. I packed up as quickly as I could and left without looking back. I never found out what caused the tapping or who or what, was outside the cabin that night. I don't think I want to. I haven't been back to Wellsboro since, and I've never rented another cabin in the woods. About 2 years ago, I went to visit my cousin who had just bought an old farmhouse outside of Scranton, Pennsylvania. He'd gotten a good deal on it because it needed a ton of work, but the land was beautiful. Acres of fields and woods stretching out into the hills. He wanted to fix the place up himself, so he'd been living out there alone for a few months. I had a couple of weeks off work, so I figured I'd head up there, help him out, and get away from the city for a bit. The house was big, way bigger than I expected. 3 stories with a wraparound porch and a barn that looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. It was far off the main road, surrounded by trees, and the nearest neighbor was about half a mile away. It was peaceful though, the kind of place where you could go days without seeing another person. I got there late in the afternoon and my cousin gave me the grand tour. The inside of the house was old, but solid. Hardwood floors, big windows, and a stone fireplace that took up most of one wall in the living room. He'd started fixing up the first floor, but the upstairs and attic were still untouched. There was a lot of dust, peeling wallpaper, and creaky floorboards, but nothing too out of the ordinary. We spent most of that first evening catching up. My cousin Tom told me about how the house had been empty for years before he bought it. Apparently the previous owners had passed away, and their kids didn't want the place, so it had just sat there, slowly falling apart. The real estate agent hadn't known much about the history, but from what Tom could gather, the family had lived there for generations. We spent the next couple of days working on the house, fixing up some of the walls, patching holes in the ceiling, that kind of stuff. It was hard work, but satisfying. At night, we'd sit on the porch, have a few beers, and listen to the sounds of the woods. It was quiet out there, almost too quiet at times. The kind of quiet where you can hear every little creak and rustle. On the 3rd night, something strange happened. It was around midnight, and we'd both just gone to bed. Tom had given me the guest room on the 2nd floor, which hadn't been fixed up yet, but was still livable. The room was sparsely furnished, a bed, a small dresser, and a window that overlooked the backyard and the edge of the woods. I had been lying in bed for maybe half an hour, scrolling through my phone when I heard a noise. It was faint at first, almost like a tapping sound, coming from outside the window. I figured it was just a branch or something brushing against the glass, but when I got up to check, there was nothing there. Just the yard, dark and still, with the tree line in the distance. I went back to bed, telling myself it was just the wind or some animal outside. But as I lay there trying to fall asleep, I heard it again. This time, it was louder, more distinct. It wasn't tapping. It was more like footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps, coming from above me. I froze, listening. The house was old, and I figured it could be the wood settling, but the sound was too consistent. It was coming from the attic, right above my room. I got out of bed and opened the door to the hallway. The house was dark and quiet, except for the faint creaking from above. I stood there for a minute, debating whether to wake Tom up, but I didn't want to overreact. Instead, I grabbed a flashlight from my bag and decided to check it out myself. The door to the attic was at the end of the hallway, an old wooden door with a brass handle that looked like it hadn't been touched in years. I stood in front of it, listening to the soft creaks coming from the other side. My heart was pounding in my chest, but I told myself it was just the house settling, that I was being paranoid. I turned the handle and pushed the door open. The stairs leading up to the attic were narrow and steep, covered in dust and cobwebs. The air felt colder as I climbed, and the smell of old wood and musty air hit me as I reached the top. I shined the flashlight around the attic, half expecting to see something out of place, but it was just an empty space, filled with old furniture, boxes, and other forgotten junk. The floor creaked under my feet as I walked around, inspecting the room. There were no signs of anyone or anything up there. I turned to leave, but as I reached the stairs, I heard a noise behind me. It was a faint, rustling sound, like something shifting in the shadows. I spun around, shining the flashlight into the far corner of the attic, but there was nothing there, just the piles of old furniture and boxes. I went back downstairs, locking the door to the attic behind me. I didn't hear anything else that night, but I barely slept. Every little creak and groan from the house made my heart race, and I kept expecting to hear those footsteps again. The next morning, I told Tom about what had happened. He laughed it off, saying the house was old and bound to make weird noises. He said he hadn't heard anything, and that I was probably just spooking myself. I wanted to believe him, but something about those footsteps felt too real, too deliberate. That afternoon, we decided to take a break from working on the house and explore the property. Tom hadn't had much time to check out the woods behind the house, so we figured we'd see how far the land stretched. The trees were thick, and the ground was uneven, covered in leaves and underbrush. After about 20 minutes of walking, we came across an old stone wall, half crumbled, running through the woods. Tom said he hadn't noticed it before, and we followed it for a while until we reached the clearing. In the center of the clearing was what looked like the remains of an old building, just the foundation and a few broken stones. It was small, barely more than a few feet wide, but it was clear that something had been built there a long time ago. There was no roof, no walls left standing, just the remnants of what looked like an old cellar or something. The stones were covered in moss, and the whole area felt wrong, like it didn't belong there. The air felt colder in the clearing, and even though the sun was shining, the light seemed dimmer somehow. Tom joked about it being a creepy old grave or something, but I didn't laugh. The place felt off, like we shouldn't be there. We didn't stay long. We turned around and headed back to the house, both of us quiet for the rest of the walk. That night, the footsteps started again. This time they were louder, more persistent. I could hear them moving across the attic, slow and steady, like someone pacing back and forth. I lay there in bed, my heart racing, listening to the sound. I didn't get up to check this time. I didn't want to know. The next morning, Tom and I went up to the attic together. I told him I couldn't sleep because of the noise, and he finally agreed to check it out with me. We spent over an hour up there, moving things around, looking for anything that could explain the noises. But there was nothing. Just the same old boxes and furniture, covered in dust. Tom tried to laugh it off again, but I could tell he was getting freaked out too. The rest of the day, he seemed quieter, more distracted. We didn't talk about the attic, but I could tell it was on his mind. That night, the footsteps were back, but this time, they weren't just in the attic. I could hear them coming down the stairs. I lay there, bed, frozen, listening to the slow, deliberate steps. They stopped at the door to my room, and for a long moment, there was nothing but silence. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. Then, after what felt like an eternity, the footsteps started again, moving down the hallway, past my door, and back up to the attic. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I packed my things and told Tom I needed to head back to the city. He didn't argue. He just nodded, his face pale, and said he understood. I haven't been back to the farmhouse since. Tom still lives there, but he doesn't talk about the house much anymore. The last time I asked him how the renovations were going, he changed the subject. I think he knows there's something wrong with that place, but neither of us wants to admit it. Whatever was in that house, whatever was pacing in the attic, it wasn't something I ever want to deal with again. About 3 years ago, I took a job working night shifts as a janitor at a college campus in Boston. It wasn't the best job, but it paid decently and I liked that I didn't have to deal with a lot of people. My shifts were from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., mostly cleaning the science and engineering buildings, which were always empty by the time I got there. The buildings were old, like most places around here, with long echoey hallways, flickering lights, and heavy doors that creaked when you opened them. The work was easy enough: sweeping, mopping, cleaning bathrooms, taking out the trash. I'd put on some music or a podcast, and the hours usually went by pretty quickly. But there was one building, the engineering lab, that I always dreaded going into. It was newer than the others, but somehow felt creepier. Like the air was heavier, especially at night. The layout was strange too. There were long, narrow hallways that seemed to go nowhere. Small rooms tucked into corners that were barely ever used, and weird dead-end staircases. My routine was pretty much the same every night. I'd start at the older science building, work my way through the classrooms and labs, and then finish in the engineering building. By the time I got to the engineering building, it was usually around 2 a.m. The place was always dead quiet, and the way the sound echoed through the halls made it feel like I was never really alone, even though I knew I was. One night, I had just finished cleaning the first floor bathrooms in the engineering building and was about to head up to the second floor when I noticed something strange. The door to one of the small, rarely used rooms down the hallway was open. I knew for a fact it had been closed when I passed by earlier because I'd locked it myself. The doors in this building automatically locked unless you had a key card, and since that room was used for storage, it was always locked. I stood there for a second staring at the open door, trying to figure out how it could have happened. Maybe someone else had come through after me, but that didn't make sense. There were only 2 other people on the night staff, and neither of them had access to the engineering building. It was just me. I walked over to the door and peeked inside. It was one of those rooms that never seemed to have a purpose. Just some old desks, boxes, and a few shelves. Nothing had been disturbed, and there was no sign of anyone. I shut the door, making sure it was locked this time, and continued with my rounds. As I worked my way up to the second floor, I kept thinking about that door. It was a small thing, but it nagged at me. This building had always given me a weird feeling, and little things like that didn't help. I told myself it was probably just a glitch with the lock, or maybe I hadn't closed it all the way the first time, but it still bugged me. I was mopping one of the long hallways on the second floor when I heard it. A faint noise, like something scraping against the floor. I turned off my music and listened. At first, it was so quiet, I thought I might have imagined it. But then, I heard it again, this time louder. It was coming from somewhere down the hall, near the stairwell that led to the basement. I stood there, the mop in my hand, listening as the sound continued. It was a slow, dragging noise, like something heavy being pulled across the floor. My first thought was that maybe one of the other janitors had come into the building and was moving something. But I hadn't seen or heard anyone else all night. I walked down the hallway, my footsteps echoing in the silence. The sound grew louder as I approached the stairwell. But when I reached the door, it suddenly stopped. The hallway was silent again, and I stood there for a moment, listening for any sign of movement. I opened the stairwell door and shined my flashlight down the stairs. The basement was mostly used for storage and mechanical equipment, and I rarely had to go down there, but the sound had definitely been coming from that direction. I started down the stairs, my flashlight beam bouncing off the concrete walls. The air grew colder as I descended, and the smell of dampness and dust filled my nose. At the bottom of the stairs, there was a long corridor with heavy metal doors on either side, most of them locked. I rarely had to clean down here, so I wasn't as familiar with this part of the building. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, I heard the scraping noise again, this time closer. It was coming from the far end of the hallway, near one of the old maintenance rooms. The sound was steady, like something being dragged across the floor. I shined my flashlight down the hall, but the beam barely reached the end. I walked slowly toward the sound, my footsteps barely making a noise on the cold concrete floor. The scraping continued, a slow, deliberate noise that made my skin crawl. As I got closer, I noticed that the door to the maintenance room was slightly ajar. It was an old wooden door, different from the metal ones that lined the rest of the hallway, and it looked out of place in this part of the building. I reached the door and stood there for a moment, listening. The scraping had stopped again, and the hallway was deathly quiet. I pushed the door open with the handle of my mop, the hinges creaking loudly in the silence. The room beyond was small and cluttered, filled with old equipment and boxes. My flashlight beam swept across the room, but nothing looked out of place. I stepped inside, the air cold and stale. There was no sign of anyone, no sign of whatever had been making that noise. I turned to leave, but as I did, something caught my eye. In the far corner of the room, partially obscured by a stack of boxes, was an old, rusted metal cart. It was the kind of cart maintenance workers would use to move tools or heavy equipment, and it looked like it hadn't been touched in years. The wheels were worn and cracked, and one of them was missing entirely. I stared at the cart, a chill running down my spine. It looked like someone had tried to move it recently. The floor beneath it was scratched, and there were fresh scrape marks leading from the cart to the doorway, like it had been dragged across the room. I backed out of the room, my heart pounding in my chest. There was no way that cart had moved on its own. I locked the door behind me and hurried back up the stairs, my footsteps echoing loudly in the empty stairwell. For the rest of the night, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I kept hearing faint noises, scraping, footsteps, the sound of something moving just out of sight. But every time I checked, there was nothing there. I finished my shift as quickly as I could, and left the building as soon as the sun came up. I didn't tell anyone what had happened, not my supervisor, not the other janitors. I figured they'd just laugh it off, or tell me I was imagining things. But over the next few weeks, things started getting worse. Every time I worked in the engineering building, I'd hear those noises. Scraping, dragging, footsteps in the hallway when I knew I was alone. Doors that I'd locked would be open when I came back, and rooms that were supposed to be empty would feel wrong. Like someone had been in there just before I arrived. I started avoiding the basement entirely, even when I was supposed to clean down there. I couldn't bring myself to go back to that maintenance room. Not after what I'd seen, but no matter where I was in the building, I could still hear the sounds. Sometimes it would be faint, just on the edge of my hearing, and other times it would be louder, like it was right around the corner. One night, I was mopping the hallway on the second floor when I heard a loud crash from downstairs, like something heavy had fallen over. I froze, my heart racing. The sound echoed through the building, followed by the familiar scraping noise, louder than ever. I didn't go to check it out. I couldn't. Instead, I grabbed my things and left the building, not even bothering to finish my shift. I called in sick the next few days, trying to come up with an excuse not to go back, but eventually I had no choice. When I finally returned to work, I found out that I wasn't the only one who had noticed the strange noises. One of the other janitors, an older guy named Carl, mentioned that he'd heard footsteps in the engineering building when he was supposed to be alone. He laughed it off, but I could tell he was uneasy. A few weeks later, I quit that job. I never told anyone the real reason why, and I've tried not to think about it too much since then. But every now and then, late at night, I find myself wondering what was down in that basement. What was moving around in those hallways? I don't think I want to know. A couple of years ago, I took a solo camping trip to Shenandoah National Park, Virginia. I'd been hiking and camping on and off for years, and Shenandoah was always one of my favorite places. There's something about the rolling hills, the dense forests, and the way the sky stretches out forever that feels calming. I'd gone with friends before, but this time I wanted to be alone, just me and the wilderness for a few days. Clear my head, get away from the city. I packed up my gear, drove out early in the morning, and reached the park by mid-afternoon. The plan was to hike out to one of the more remote campsites, far away from the main trails. I didn't want to be anywhere near the crowded campgrounds or tourist spots. I wanted to disconnect completely. I picked a trail I knew wasn't heavily trafficked, threw my pack over my shoulder, and headed into the woods. The hike in was uneventful and, honestly, exactly what I needed. Just the sound of my boots crunching on the trail, the wind rustling through the trees, and the occasional bird or squirrel darting across my path. After about 3 hours, I reached the campsite I had in mind. It wasn't an official spot, but it was a little clearing I'd come across on a previous trip. The perfect place to set up for a few nights. I pitched my tent, gathered some wood for a fire, and settled in as the sun started to dip below the trees. The light filtered through the branches in that soft, golden way that only happens at dusk. It was quiet, peaceful. I made a simple dinner, sat by the fire, and just relaxed. No phone, no emails, no noise, just nature. By the time the fire died down, it was pitch black. The only light came from the embers and the stars overhead. I crawled into my tent, zipped up the sleeping bag, and quickly fell asleep. That first night was uneventful, though I woke up once or twice to the sound of rustling leaves outside, probably deer or raccoons. Nothing unusual. The next day, I spent most of the morning hiking. There was a trail nearby that led to a small stream, so I followed it for a few miles, exploring the area. I didn't see anyone else the entire time, which was exactly what I wanted. By late afternoon, I made my way back to the campsite. I built another fire, had dinner, and settled in for another quiet night. It wasn't until the second night that things started to feel off. I had just fallen asleep when I woke up to a sound outside the tent. At first, I thought it was just an animal. Again, probably deer or something. But this was different. It wasn't the soft rustling of leaves or the occasional snap of a twig. It was a steady, deliberate sound like someone or something was walking slowly around the campsite. I lay there, listening, my heart starting to pound a little. The footsteps were light but definite. I could hear them circling around the tent, slow and methodical, like whoever was out there was trying to stay quiet but wasn't being particularly careful. I didn't move. I didn't want to draw attention to myself, but I also didn't want to lie there helplessly. After a few minutes, the footsteps stopped. Everything went silent, like the forest itself was holding its breath. I waited, straining to hear anything. An animal, the wind, anything. But there was nothing. I stayed still for what felt like an eternity, my hand gripping the small flashlight I kept next to me in the tent. Eventually, I convinced myself that it was just my imagination. Maybe a stray deer had wandered close and then moved on. It was late and I was probably just overthinking things. I must have fallen back asleep at some point, because the next thing I knew, it was morning. The sunlight was filtering through the trees, and everything looked completely normal. No signs that anything or anyone had been there during the night. I shook it off, telling myself it was just one of those weird moments that happen when you're alone in the woods. It's easy to let your mind play tricks on you. I spent the day hiking again, exploring more of the trails around the campsite. I still didn't see anyone else, which was fine by me. But that feeling from the night before stuck with me. I couldn't shake the thought that something had been out there just beyond the light of the fire watching. I kept glancing over my shoulder as I walked, half expecting to see someone following me. But the trail was always empty. That night, after dinner, I built up the fire a little bigger than usual. It wasn't cold, but I wanted the extra light. I figured if anything or anyone came near the campsite, I'd see them before they got too close. I sat by the fire for a while, staring into the flames, trying to relax. But as the night wore on, the forest around me felt too quiet. No wind, no animals, no nothing. Just the crackle of the fire, and the distant hum of the trees. Eventually, I got tired and decided to call it a night. I doused the fire, crawled into the tent, and zipped myself up in the sleeping bag. I was exhausted, but sleep didn't come easily. Every little noise outside the tent made my heart race, even though I knew there was nothing out there. At least, that's what I kept telling myself. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up again. This time, I knew immediately what had woken me. The footsteps were back, but this time, they weren't circling the campsite. They were closer, right outside the tent. I lay there, frozen, my breath shallow. The footsteps were slow and deliberate, like someone was carefully placing each footstep, trying not to make too much noise. They stopped right next to the tent, so close I could hear the faint crunch of leaves beneath their feet. I didn't dare move. I didn't even breathe. I reached for the flashlight again, gripping it tightly, but I didn't turn it on. Whoever, or whatever, was outside the tent was standing completely still now. I could hear them breathing, just barely. A soft, steady inhale and exhale. Then, slowly they moved again. This time the footsteps were softer, like they were backing away, retreating into the trees. I stayed still, listening, waiting for the sound to disappear completely. After a few minutes, everything went silent again. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I just lay there, clutching the flashlight, listening to the absolute silence of the forest. Morning couldn't come fast enough. When the first light of dawn finally broke through the trees, I got out of the tent, my whole body tense. The campsite looked exactly the same as the night before. No signs of anything or anyone. But there was something strange. The ground around the tent was disturbed. The leaves had been moved, like someone had walked around the tent in a slow, deliberate circle. I packed up my things as quickly as I could. I didn't care that I'd planned to stay another night. I was done. I hiked back to the trailhead, my eyes constantly scanning the trees, half expecting to see someone watching me from the shadows. But the forest was empty, just like always. When I finally reached my car, I threw my pack in the back seat and got the hell out of there. I've camped plenty of times since then, but never alone. A couple of years ago, I took a weekend trip to visit an old friend in Buffalo, New York. We'd known each other since college, but hadn't hung out in years, so it seemed like a good opportunity to catch up. He had just moved into a new place, a small, older house in a quiet part of town. It wasn't in the best shape, but he was renting it for cheap, and it had a big backyard, which he was really into. I arrived on a Friday afternoon, and we spent most of the day just hanging out, reminiscing about old times. The house had this strange vibe, though. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something about it felt wrong. The layout was odd, with narrow hallways and small rooms that didn't really make sense. It was the kind of house where you could tell things had been added on in pieces over the years. Some of the doors didn't even match the others, and there were spots where the floor creaked in ways that didn't feel normal, even for an old house. We spent most of the first evening in the backyard, grilling and having a few beers. It was nice out, and the neighborhood was quiet. After dinner, we moved inside and watched a movie, laughing and talking like old times. It was around 11 p.m. when I decided to head to bed. My friend had set up the guest room for me, which was at the end of a long, narrow hallway of the main living room. The guest room was small and plain, just a bed, a dresser, and a window that faced the side yard. There was a closet in the corner, but it was one of those older ones with a door that didn't quite fit right, so it was always slightly ajar. I didn't think much of it at the time. I was tired from the drive and the beers, so I just changed into my pajamas and climbed into bed. I'd been lying there for maybe 20 minutes when I heard it. At first, it was faint, just a soft creaking sound, like footsteps coming from the hallway. I figured it was my friend moving around, so I didn't pay much attention to it. But the sound continued, slow and deliberate, as if someone was walking up and down the hallway. Didn't sound like my friend's footsteps, though. These were lighter, almost hesitant, like someone was trying not to be heard. I sat up in bed, listening. The house was old, so creaking wasn't unusual, but this didn't feel like the usual settling noises. The footsteps continued for a few more seconds, then stopped right outside my door. I stared at the door, waiting for my friend to knock or say something. There was only silence. After a minute, I got up, opened the door, and peeked into the hallway. It was empty. The lights in the living room were off, and everything was still. I stood there for a moment, feeling uneasy, but I convinced myself that it was just the house settling and went back to bed. I lay there for a while, trying to fall asleep, but the quiet felt too heavy. Every little noise, the wind outside, the creak of the floor, kept me on edge. Just as I was starting to drift off, I heard it again. This time, it was closer. The soft creaking, like footsteps, coming from the hallway. But now it wasn't just footsteps. There was a faint, rhythmic, tapping sound. Like something hard was tapping against the floor with each step. I sat up again, my heart starting to race. The tapping continued, growing louder, moving toward my door. I got out of bed and walked to the door, my hand hovering over the doorknob, debating whether I should open it or not. Or I could decide. The tapping stopped. I stood there, listening, but everything was silent again. I opened the door and stepped into the hallway, my heart pounding in my chest. The hallway was empty, just like before. But this time something felt different. The air felt heavier and the house seemed darker, even though the hallway light was still on. I walked down the hall toward the living room, but there was no sign of my friend. The house was completely still. I went back to the guest room and shut the door, locking it this time. I crawled into bed, trying to shake off the unease, but I couldn't sleep. Every little noise made me jump, and the silence felt oppressive, like something was waiting just outside the door. I must have eventually drifted off, but it was a restless sleep. The next morning, I told my friend about the noises I had heard during the night. He just shrugged it off, saying the house made weird sounds all the time. He joked about it being haunted, but I could tell he didn't really believe that. I didn't push the issue. I didn't want to come across as paranoid or jumpy, especially since I was only staying for the weekend. The day passed without incident. We went out for lunch, walked around the neighborhood, and spent most of the afternoon in the backyard again. By the time evening rolled around, I had mostly forgotten about the weirdness from the night before. The sun started to set, and we went back inside to watch a game on TV. It was getting late, and I could feel the exhaustion from the previous sleepless night catching up to me. At around midnight, I decided to call it a night and headed back to the guest room. I still felt uneasy about the noises, but I convinced myself it was just the house. Nothing more. I crawled into bed and pulled the blankets up, trying to relax. I had been lying there for maybe 15 minutes when I heard it again. The same slow, deliberate footsteps, the same tapping noise, like something hard hitting the floor with each step. This time, though, it wasn't coming from the hallway. It was coming from the closet. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding. The door to the closet was slightly ajar, just like the night before. The tapping was faint, but I could hear it clearly coming from inside the closet. I stared at the door, my mind racing. There was no way anyone could be in there. I'd put my bag in the closet earlier and it had been empty. but the tapping continued slow and steady. I reached for my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the room. I pointed it at the closet, my hand shaking as I stood up. I walked toward the closet, every step making the tapping sound seem louder. I grabbed the edge of the door and pulled it open all the way. The closet was empty, just my bag sitting on the floor, exactly where I'd left it. But the tapping had stopped the moment I opened the door. I stood there for a second, my mind racing, trying to make sense of it. Then I heard it again, this time coming from outside the window. I turned and shined the flashlight at the window. The curtains were drawn, but I could see the faint outline of something just beyond the glass. My heart skipped a beat. The tapping was coming from the window now, soft but insistent, like someone, or something, was tapping on the glass from outside. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to see what was out there. But I couldn't just stand there, frozen in fear. Slowly, I walked over to the window, flashlight in hand, and pulled the curtain aside. There was nothing there, just the empty side yard, lit by the faint glow of the streetlight down the road. The tapping had stopped again, and the only sound was the wind rustling through the trees. I stood there for a minute, staring out into the darkness. But there was no movement, no sign of anything. I shut the curtain and backed away from the window, my heart still racing. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I just lay there, listening, waiting for the tapping to start again. But it never did. The next morning, I told my friend what had happened. He didn't laugh this time. He just looked at me with this serious expression and said, "Yeah, I've heard it too." We didn't talk about it after that. I left later that day, cutting the trip short. I haven't been back to Buffalo since. I don't know what was in that house, or what was making those noises, but I don't want to find out. A few summers ago, I took a solo road trip down to the Outer Banks in North Carolina. I'd been meaning to take a break for a while, and a few days by the beach seemed like the perfect escape. I found a small, cheap Airbnb in a little town called Avon. It wasn't right on the water, but it was close enough, tucked back in a quiet neighborhood near the Sound side. The house was old, a little run down, but it had a kind of charm to it. I figured I wouldn't be spending much time inside anyway, so it didn't really matter. I arrived late in the afternoon, the sun still high in the sky and the air humid and thick. The house was small, just one story with a front porch and a gravel driveway. It was surrounded by trees, giving it a secluded feeling, even though there were a few other houses scattered around the area. I parked my car, grabbed my bag, and headed inside. The place was simple, just a living room, a small kitchen, and a bedroom. There were a few framed photos on the walls, old black and white shots of beaches and dunes that I assumed were from the area. I spent the rest of the afternoon exploring the town, checking out the little shops, and grabbing dinner at a small seafood place by the water. It was peaceful, exactly what I needed. By the time I got back to the house, the sun was starting to set, casting everything in a soft orange glow. I sat on the porch for a while just listening to the sounds of the evening. The distant hum of cars on the main road, the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. That first night, I slept well. I was tired from the drive and the heat, and the house was quiet. Too quiet, actually. I remember lying in bed, feeling like I could hear every little creak and groan of the house settling, but it didn't bother me. I fell asleep pretty quickly. The next day was more of the same. I spent the morning at the beach, then drove around exploring some of the nearby towns. It was a lazy, relaxing day. By the time I got back to the house that evening, the sky was already dark, and the air had cooled off a bit. I made myself a quick dinner and then sat on the porch again, enjoying the quiet. It was around 11 p.m. when I decided to head to bed. I locked the front door, checked the windows, and turned off the lights. I remember feeling a little uneasy as I walked down the short hallway to the bedroom. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but something about the house felt different that night. The air felt heavier, and the usual creaks and groans seemed louder, more deliberate. I climbed into bed, trying to ignore the feeling. I figured it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Being in a strange place, alone, it was easy to get spooked. I lay there for a while, listening to the silence, waiting for sleep to come. But then I heard it. At first, it was faint. Just a soft, scraping sound, like something being dragged along the floor. I told myself it was probably just the house settling, or maybe a tree branch brushing against the side of the house. But the sound didn't stop. It grew louder, more distinct, like something or someone was moving through the house, dragging something heavy behind them. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding. The sound was coming from the living room, just outside the bedroom door. I held my breath, listening. The scraping continued, slow and deliberate, like it was getting closer. I grabbed my phone off the nightstand and turned on the flashlight. The bright beam cutting through the darkness. I didn't want to open the door, but I couldn't just sit there, waiting. I got out of bed, my footsteps barely making a sound on the old wooden floor. I crept toward the door, my hand shaking as I reached for the handle. The scraping sound stopped. I stood there frozen, listening to the heavy silence. Slowly, I opened the door, just enough to peek into the hallway. The beam of my flashlight swept across the living room, but there was nothing. The room was empty, just as I'd left it. The front door was still locked, the windows still shut. But I knew what I'd heard. I stepped into the hallway, the light from my phone casting long shadows on the walls. The house was still, but the air felt thick, like something was lingering just out of sight. I walked into the living room, checking the windows again. Everything was locked. There was no sign of anything out of place, no reason for the noise I'd heard. I went back to the bedroom, leaving the door slightly open this time. I climbed into bed, but I didn't turn off the flashlight. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, listening for any sound, any movement. But everything was quiet again. After a while, I must have drifted off because the next thing I knew, it was morning. I spent the day trying to convince myself that it had been nothing. Just my imagination, maybe some animal outside. But that feeling of unease stuck with me. Couldn't shake it, even as I drove around town trying to distract myself. That night, I was on edge from the moment I got back to the house. I kept expecting to hear the noise again, to feel that strange presence in the air. I double-checked the locks on the doors and windows, making sure everything was secure. I even pushed the chair in front of the front door, just in case. I went to bed early, hoping that if I fell asleep fast enough, I wouldn't have to deal with whatever it was that had spooked me the night before. But I couldn't sleep. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, waiting. It was around 2 a.m. when I heard it again. The same scraping sound, coming from the living room. But this time, it was louder, more insistent. My heart raced as I sat up in bed, gripping the flashlight. The noise grew closer, like something was being dragged across the floor, inch by inch, toward the bedroom door. I didn't want to move. I didn't want to see what was making that noise. But I couldn't just sit there, paralyzed. I got up, walked to the door, and yanked it open, shining the flashlight into the hallway. There was nothing there. The scraping stopped the moment the light hit the hallway, the house falling silent once again. I stood there, breathing heavily, trying to calm myself. I walked through the house, checking every room, but everything was exactly as it should be. No signs of anyone or anything. I went back to bed, but I didn't sleep. I lay there for hours, listening, waiting for the noise to come back. But it never did. The next morning, I packed my things and left. I didn't even stay for the last day of my trip. I didn't care about getting a refund or finishing my stay. I just wanted to get out of that house. I never figured out what caused the noise, and I haven't been back to the Outer Banks since. But every now and then, when the house is too quiet at night, I think about that scraping sound. I think about how it got closer and closer each time, and how, no matter how hard I looked, I never found what was making it. A few years ago, I was working as a delivery driver for a small company just outside of Pittsburgh. It was mostly local deliveries, furniture, appliances, things like that. The job was decent, though it got exhausting some days, especially when I had to drive out to more rural areas. A lot of back roads, empty highways, and long stretches where there wasn't much but trees and farmland. Still, I didn't mind it most days. I liked the peace and quiet, and there wasn't anyone breathing down my neck. One day, I got a delivery order that sent me out to a small town about an hour north of Pittsburgh. The address was for a farmhouse out in the middle of nowhere, not too far from Butler County. The kind of place where the GPS doesn't really help because the roads get so narrow and wind through forests that don't even look like they've been mapped properly. I loaded the truck with the furniture, just a few pieces. A small sofa, a dresser, and a couple of chairs. Easy enough. I punched the address into the GPS, which took me most of the way there, and then the directions kind of stopped making sense. The last stretch was a gravel road, mostly overgrown, and it didn't even look like it led to a house. Just fields and dense trees. I figured I'd give it a shot anyway. Sometimes people live way out in the sticks, and it's not unusual for the roads to get a little sketchy. It was late in the afternoon when I pulled up to what I assumed was the place. The house was old, really old, with peeling paint and shutters that were barely hanging on. There was a barn off to the side that looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. No other houses in sight, just fields and trees as far as I could see. The sky was cloudy, with the sun low, casting long shadows across the property. I parked the truck and got out. The place was dead silent. No cars, no signs of life. Just the sound of the wind moving through the trees. I walked up to the front porch and knocked on the door. Nothing. I waited a few minutes, knocked again. Still nothing. There was no doorbell, and I didn't have a phone number for the customer. Just the address. I stood there for a minute, unsure of what to do. Usually, in these situations, I'd call the office and ask for instructions, but I didn't have cell service. Figures. I walked back to the truck, grabbed the paperwork, and figured I'd wait a bit, just in case someone showed up. As I was walking back to the truck, I heard something. It wasn't loud, just a faint sound, like something moving inside the house. I stopped, listening. It was subtle, like a shuffle of footsteps or maybe furniture being dragged. I walked back to the porch and knocked again, harder this time. The sound stopped. I knocked again, but there was no answer. The door wasn't locked. I don't know why I tried the handle, but I did. It swung open with a loud creak, and I found myself standing in the doorway, looking into a dark hallway that stretched back into the house. It smelled musty, like the place hadn't been lived in for years, but there was furniture. I could see a table, a coat rack, some old pictures hanging crooked on the walls. Nothing looked out of place, but something about the house felt wrong. I stepped inside, calling out a hello. No response. I wasn't supposed to go inside people's houses like that. But this was weird, and I wasn't about to leave the furniture on the porch without making sure someone was home. I took a few steps down the hallway, my boots echoing on the hardwood floors. The place was colder inside than it should have been, and the air felt heavy, almost oppressive. As I reached the end of the hallway, I turned into what looked like the living room. There was an old, sagging couch in the middle of the room, covered in a layer of dust. A fireplace against the far wall looked like it hadn't been used in years. There were a couple of chairs, a coffee table, all of it arranged neatly, but the whole room felt abandoned. I called out again, louder this time. Still nothing. The house was dead quiet, except for the occasional creak from the old wooden beams overhead. I walked through the living room and into what looked like the kitchen. Dishes were stacked in the sink, old, chipped plates that looked like they hadn't been touched in a while. The back door was slightly ajar, swaying a bit in the breeze. I could see the overgrown backyard, thick with weeds and tall grass. I stepped outside, figuring I'd check around the back of the house. But as I stood there, something caught my eye. There was a small shed at the edge of the yard, partially hidden by the trees. The door was open, and there were long, deep scratches in the wood, like someone, or something, had tried to claw its way in or out. I walked toward the shed, my stomach tightening. The air felt colder as I got closer. When I reached the door, I peeked inside. The shed was empty, just old tools and piles of rotting wood. But there was something else, drag marks on the dirt floor, leading toward the back wall. They were faint, but they looked fresh, like something heavy had been dragged through there, recently as. I backed away from the shed, my heart racing now. This wasn't right. None of this was right. I turned back toward the house, and that's when I saw it. Movement in one of the upstairs windows. Just a flicker of something, a shadow passing by the glass. My breath caught in my throat. Someone was in the house. I stood there for a second, frozen before I forced myself to move. I walked quickly back to the front of the house, trying to ignore the pounding in my chest. I had to get out of there. Whatever was going on, I didn't want to be a part of it. When I reached the truck, I looked back at the house one last time. The front door was still open, swinging slightly in the breeze, but something was different. There was a figure standing in the doorway now. I couldn't make out any details, just a dark silhouette, standing completely still, watching me. I didn't wait around to see who it was. I jumped into the truck, started the engine and got the hell out of there. I drove back to the main road as fast as I could, my hands shaking on the steering wheel. When I finally got cell service, I called the office and told them what had happened. They said they'd look into it, but I never heard back about that delivery. I don't know what was going on in that house, and honestly, I don't want to know. I haven't taken another delivery out to that area since. Something was wrong with that place. I moved to Baltimore a couple of years ago for a new job. The rent was cheaper than most places in the area, and the apartment itself wasn't bad. It was in one of those older buildings near Patterson Park, kind of run down, but not terrible. The walls were thin, the windows a little drafty, but I liked the neighborhood. I had a good mix of families, young professionals, and old-timers who had probably lived there their whole lives. The park was nice too, especially in the evenings when I'd go for a walk after work. One evening, about a month after I moved in, I was sitting in my apartment trying to relax after a long day. I lived on the 3rd floor, and from my window I could see the tops of the trees in the park and the street below. It was one of those hot, humid Baltimore nights where the air felt thick, even with the windows open. I had just finished eating when I heard something outside, just faint enough that it didn't register at first, like a dull thud coming from somewhere below me. I figured it was one of my neighbors moving furniture or closing a door too hard. But then it came again, louder, and again, this time more like a heavy knock, but not from a door. It was coming from the wall. I turned off the TV and listened. The sound continued. 3 slow, deliberate thuds, like someone knocking on the wall between my apartment and the one next door. But the thing is, no one lived next door. That unit had been empty since I moved in. I stood up, walking over to the wall, pressing my ear against it. It was definitely coming from inside the neighboring apartment. I knocked back, just a quick tap, wondering if maybe the landlord had rented the place out, and I hadn't noticed anyone moving in. No response. I waited a few minutes, standing there, listening. The thudding stopped, and the apartment was quiet again. I shrugged it off, thinking maybe it was the pipes or something. Old buildings make weird noises all the time. I went back to the couch and tried to focus on the show I was watching, but I couldn't stop thinking about the empty apartment next door. Later that night, as I was getting ready for bed, I heard it again. This time it was fainter but more insistent, like someone was walking around in the empty unit. Slow, heavy footsteps, the kind you can feel through the floor. I turned off the lights, listening. It was late, around midnight, and the building was quiet. Too quiet. I lay in bed for what felt like hours, listening to those footsteps. They would stop for a while, and just when I thought it was over, they'd start up again, always coming from the same place, the apartment next to mine. But I never heard a door open, never heard anyone come or go. Just the footsteps moving back and forth across the floor. The next morning, I ran into the landlord in the hallway. He was an older guy, maybe in his 60s, and he'd lived in the building for years. I asked him if someone had moved into the apartment next to mine, but he shook his head. That place has been empty for a while, he said, still waiting on some repairs. I told him about the noises I'd been hearing, but he just shrugged it off. Old building, he said. It settles. Probably just the pipes. I wanted to believe him, but something about the way he said it made me feel like he wasn't telling me everything. That night, the noises started again, right around the same time. The thudding, the footsteps, always from the same place. I knocked on the wall again, harder this time, hoping whoever or whatever was in there would knock back. But nothing. I went to bed, hoping it would stop, but it didn't. The footsteps continued, louder now, more deliberate, like someone pacing back and forth. I pulled the blankets up over my head, trying to block out the sound, but I couldn't sleep. The next day, I decided to check out the apartment myself. I'd never been inside, and I figured if I could get a look at it, maybe I'd figure out what was going on. After work, I went downstairs and found the landlord. "Can I check out the apartment next door?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "I keep hearing noises, and it's starting to freak me out." He looked at me for a second, like he was considering whether or not to let me in. Then he sighed and handed me a set of keys. "Sure," he said. "Just be careful. Place is a bit of a mess." I took the keys and headed upstairs. When I got to the door of the empty apartment, I hesitated for a moment, listening. Everything was quiet. I unlocked the door and pushed it open. The place was empty, just like he said. It was a mirror image of my apartment, with the same layout: living room, kitchen, bedroom, bathroom. But it felt off. There was a layer of dust on everything, and the air smelled stale, like no one had been inside for years. The windows were closed and the blinds were drawn, casting long shadows across the floor. I walked through the living room, checking each room one by one. Everything was as it should be. Nothing out of place, no signs that anyone had been there. But as I walked into the bedroom, I noticed something strange. The floor was scuffed, like someone had dragged something heavy across it. The marks led from the middle of the room to the far corner, where a closet door stood slightly ajar. I felt a chill run down my spine. I hadn't noticed the closet before, and something about the way it was half open made me uneasy. I walked over to it, my heart pounding, and slowly pulled the door open. The closet was empty, just a few wire hangers on the rod, swaying slightly from the movement of the door. But there, in the back corner, was a small round hole in the floor. It looked like it had been covered up at some point, but the cover had been pulled away, leaving the hole exposed. It was just big enough to fit a hand through. I knelt down, peering into the hole. It was too dark to see anything, so I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam illuminated a small space beneath the floor. Maybe a crawl space or an old storage area. There was something down there, just out of reach. A piece of fabric, maybe, or an old blanket, bunched up in the corner. I leaned in closer, trying to get a better look, when I heard it. The footsteps. They were faint, but distinct, coming from the hallway behind me. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I hadn't closed the door when I came in, and now the footsteps were moving toward it, slow and deliberate, just like before. I stood up quickly, my breath catching in my throat. I turned off the flashlight and stepped back, waiting, listening. The footsteps stopped just outside the door. I waited for what felt like an eternity, my back pressed against the wall, trying to make as little noise as possible. But the door never opened. The footsteps never came inside. After a few minutes, I finally mustered up the courage to move. I stepped toward the door, glancing down the hallway. It was empty. No one was there. I left the apartment quickly, locking the door behind me, and went straight back to my place. I didn't sleep that night, and the noises didn't stop. The footsteps, the thudding, the sense that something or someone was just on the other side of the wall, always just out of sight. I moved out a month later. I never found out what was in that crawl space, and I didn't ask the landlord about it. Whatever was going on in that apartment, I wanted no part of it.